I didn't plan on going back to Wisconsin that summer. It started with a drone shot in my group chat, a slow, high skim over a lake I could name with my eyes closed. Cold, gray water, patches of cattails leaning like they remembered which way the wind came from. Then the camera tilted and there it was, a crooked loop road, a sagging ribcage of cabins, and a softball field that used to feel like a stadium to us. The caption under the video was just one word from Drew: grin. Nobody who actually went to Camp Grinlow called it Camp Grinlow. That was the name printed on the t-shirts in the most optimistic font they could license. We called it Grin like a dare, like the place was trying to smile through mosquito bites and lifeguard whistles and homesick 8-year-olds who cried until lights out. I met Drew and Sasha there. We were cabin 3, bottom bunks because nobody had the guts to climb. The camp had been shut down for a decade. A letter showed up at my parents' house the year after our last summer, back when we still lived on the west side of Madison. Due to budgetary constraints, deferred maintenance, regret to inform. My mom read it twice, folded it like someone's appointment card, and slid it under a fridge magnet. That scrap of paper sat there through 3 house moves, a divorce, and the time my sister thought she wanted a ferret. I watched Drew's drone video twice, then 3 times, holding my phone a little too close like it might blink if I gave it room. Cabin roofs were punched through. The dock was a skeleton. The big bell that used to hang outside the dining hall was gone. Only the pipe frame stood, orange with rust. A million childhood hours collapsed into 30 silent seconds and a pulsing red subscribe button from some hiking channel in the corner. Sasha replied first. I kind of miss it. Drew, you miss cold showers and sunburn. Sasha, I miss what it was like being there. With you too. I typed something, erased it, typed something else. I could see the loop road dust on my sneakers, hear egg-in-a-bag sizzle on a Saturday, feel the slick splinter under the canoe's gunwale when your palm is still wet from the lake. Sasha was right. It wasn't the showers. It was the part of your brain that worked differently for 8 weeks and never quite turned back. Drew, we should go. Sasha, seriously. Drew, one night. Old times, we still have tents, right? I still remember how to make a fire. Eli. He called me Eli because we decided at 12 that Elijah was too biblical to yell across a swim test. I stared at his bubble. I was between consulting gigs, which is a lie I told myself, and my LinkedIn. My calendar was asphalt gray. Most of my friends were getting new countertops. One night sounded exactly like a bad idea that would be fun until it wasn't. Me, I'm in. Sasha, if it rains, I'm sleeping in my car. Drew, bring marshmallows and a speaker. I have a playlist that will make you regret knowing me. Sasha, already do. We picked a Saturday with the kind of Midwestern optimism that thinks a forecast is a dare. Sasha would drive up from Chicago. I'd come from Milwaukee. Drew, who had moved from Ohio to Minnesota because he liked lake culture, would cut over on county roads and pretend to be a local. The plan was dumb on its face. Go to a closed camp after dark with a bag of sugar and nostalgia, then try not to get trespassed by the county sheriff. But dumb plans with the right people used to be our specialty. I reached the loop at 6:48 p.m., which is to say early, which is to say I was nervous. The gravel used to be raked. Mr. Landry would make the maintenance team drag it so you could see if someone drove in after hours. Now the tire ruts were fossilized and sprouting chicory. The sign that used to say Camp Grinlow in thick green letters was just the rectangular shadow where the paint had protected the wood. The frame swayed when the wind leaned on it. In the shallow ditch, a beer can wore a winter's worth of mud. Sasha had beaten me. Her silver Toyota was tucked off the loop, careful about her tires the way she's careful about everything. She stood outside with her arms crossed like she was waiting on a teenage version of me to apologize for something. Sasha doesn't posture. She holds her body like a paragraph you have to reread. "You're late," she said, eyes on the tree line. "You're early," I said, then felt stupid for smiling. She didn't make me sit in it. Maybe I just won. She angled her head toward the dining hall, or what was left of it. Birds had taken the windows. The porch sagged in the middle like a sentence without a verb. I popped my trunk. 2 folding camp chairs, a tent, a cheap hatchet I'd bought on the way like a dad who Googled camping essentials in the gas station parking lot, and a paper grocery bag with marshmallows, graham crackers, and dark chocolate, because I am a snob about exactly one thing. Sasha raised an eyebrow at the hatchet. "Cute," she said. "It was on sale. You'll lose a finger before we get a flame." "Negative self-talk," I said, and she almost smiled. "We walked the loop. You think memory will repaint a place for you, heal the rot so it matches your inside version. It doesn't. The cabins had peeled to the undercolor. The wash house doors were bandaged with crime scene tape gone brittle. Someone had spray-painted initials on cabin 5, and the NJ plus had dripped like it was trying to escape. When we got to the fire ring, it looked almost untouched. Sunk benches, the circle of stones sloughed outward where some kid tripped in 1999 and landed on his S-more stick. Sasha toe-tapped the ash like she was testing thin ice. "Still here," she said. "Told you." She exhaled and something in her shoulders softened. We were about to sit when a familiar crunch washed down the loop. Tires doing that slow, careful roll you do when you're late and want to pretend you aren't. Drew's wagon came around crooked, one headlight foggier than the other. He got out chewing gum like it owed him money and wrapped both of us in a hug that smelled like gas station coffee and dryer sheets. "I took the scenic route," he said. "By scenic, I mean I stopped because I thought I saw a bear and it was a stump. Then I thought I saw a different bear and it was probably a bear." "You brought the tent, right?" Sasha said. Drew thumped his trunk. "Tent, snacks, speaker, 2 stupid hats. I peaked in 8th grade and have been curating the decline." "Confirmed," I said. We set up in the least rotten patch we could find. The sun threaded itself between the birches, that silvery flake bark that peels in curls. There's a smell camps have after a decade. Damp wood and mouse pellets, and whatever mildew is when it gives up trying to be subtle. We stood a second, letting it draw a line under the years. Drew put on the speaker, then wisely turned it off when it tried to play a pop remix of Mr. Brightside. We cooked like amateurs. Sasha toasted her marshmallow the way she managed a project timeline, rotating it, reading the edges. Drew burned his to a sugar cinder, blew flames theatrically, and ate the char with a grin that made me want to slap him and didn't. When you're with people who knew you at 13, your brain reverts to a hardware setting nobody else can trigger. "Remember Reed," I said. "Counselor with the beard that looked like he found it in a lost and found." "Of course you remember names," Drew said to Sasha. "Reed made up that stupid game," Sasha said. "Freeze and something. Statue and song," I said. "God, I forgot that." Drew waggled his eyebrows. "I didn't play to win." "You shoved me," Sasha said, jabbing him with her skewer. "You were cocky." "I was 8. And needed humbling," Drew said, and Sasha snorted despite herself. "We talked about nothing, which is to say everything." who had moved, who had broken up, who had replaced their couch, and who pretended the floor was a lifestyle. We were mid-laugh when the sound came for us. It wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. It threaded the space between our ribs, a breath through wood, a hollow whistle. We all looked at the same patch of trees because brains are lazy like that. They want the obvious place to hold the threat so your feet know where not to go. The sound wasn't from one spot. It was from a shape or a space or the memory of both. I felt it more than I heard it, a clean line of air drawn through something narrow. Drew held his phone like he could catch the culprit misbehaving on video. He didn't press record. "No," he said to me, to Sasha, to whatever we were about to say. "Is that—" Sasha started. "Don't," Drew said, which was a joke, except he didn't laugh. We waited for the obvious explanation. A hunter's call, wind through the dock slats, utility pole singing, a busted vent on the mess hall groaning when the temperature dropped. Any one of the million sounds we didn't remember because they weren't tagged by a teenage counselor yelling, "Freeze!" The inhale came. I felt my shoulders pin like a dog when the screen door slams. Sasha cleared her throat, then didn't speak. Drew shifted his bare knee off the hot rock. I heard the tiny shove of grit. The sound stopped. The air folded up neat as a napkin. Cricket spoke like we'd all agreed not to mention what happened. "Okay," Drew said, drawing the word out. "Okay, okay. It's wind," I said too quickly. "It's not wind," Sasha said like a diagnosis. We stood up together as if the camp had rung the bell none of us could see anymore. The clearing beyond the fire pit was still the clearing. The ring of stones still held, the same dusty, half-buried ovals we used to toe-tap for luck before lunch. Past it, the trail made its straight shot to the birches. A second breath through wood. Longer exhale. "Don't," Drew said again, which is a weird thing to say when you're already walking. Sasha was 3 steps ahead because of course she was. Her braid swung between her shoulder blades like a metronome. I fell in beside Drew. We moved like we were humoring each other, like we were doing a bit. The kind of bit you do at 30 when a story from 12 taps the window and you're too sentimental not to open it. The inhale clipped off. I stopped dead, so did they. None of us said freeze, but we didn't have to. The word lived in the dirt here. It had been ground in by 100 pairs of sneakers. Silence went thin, then brittle. My ears did that ringing trick where they invent noise so you don't have to sit in nothing. The camp held its breath with us. An exhale slipped out, soft and almost warm if a sound can be warm. Sasha took a measured step like she was testing the length of the line. Drew made a face at me and took 2 because he could never just do the thing he was told. I wanted to roll my eyes for old time's sake, but didn't. I stepped on the balls of my feet the way Coach Laramie taught us to stay loose during infield drills. "Ridiculous," Sasha said softly, which is technically speaking during an exhale and therefore allowed. And the fact that I mentally checked that box made me hate myself and love myself and hate-love this place. We reached the ring of stones and didn't cross because, I don't know, someone had told us not to once and our bones had filed the memo. The rocks were the same. The one with the brown stripe. The one we called Idaho because it sort of looked like Idaho if Idaho had been run over by a truck and then stepped on by a horse. The inhale cut off. We froze like idiots auditioning for a play nobody asked us to do. A mosquito whined by my ear. I didn't swat it. Something in my shoulder tremored and I ordered it not to. I could feel Drew's grin, not see it, and wanted to punch it off his face. The exhale laid a path. We took it. I wasn't thinking game. I was thinking ritual, without letting the word sit where the religious part of my brain could see it. I thought about Mr. Landry dragging the gravel for tire marks. I thought about Reed making us stand at the edge and hum some pop song while we bunny stepped and felt stupid and survived the afternoon. The birches looked new and older at the same time, the way trees do in places people have abandoned. They take their space back like it was always theirs. I didn't feel the moment where we're messing around turned into we are doing the thing. That's how most bad ideas work. The transition point is a smear, not a line. All I know is that when the third inhale rose and held, none of us dared to say a word and nobody laughed, and I felt my shoes root a quarter-inch into the soil. "Guys," Drew said, too loud, and I sent him a look that must have landed because his mouth clicked off. The exhale drew us forward again. I thought I saw something vertical in the gap between two birches, a pole or a person or a problem, but the breath ended and I locked in place so the shape stayed a shape and my brain stayed undecided. "Okay," I said when we could move. "That's it. We did it." We answered. The inhale came from closer. Sasha turned her head slowly, the way you turn a jar lid you aren't sure was cross-threaded. I saw her face go flat, not scared flat, accounting flat. She was doing the math on breath lengths and distance closed and step count, and I loved her for it because numbers care when words don't. Drew took one more step like he wanted to be the hero of this memory. I didn't stop him. I didn't stop Sasha when she matched him. I didn't stop me. We followed the rule like it had always been there waiting under the weeds. When we reached the last row of stones, the exhale thinned. Whatever made it was in the trees now, not back where the dock met the water. I could hear it drag through something hollow, something carved. The breath tasted like a hardware store and a thunderstorm. "Don't answer it," Sasha said, but she said it during the exhale and we were already answering. The inhale punched. Every muscle in my calves went to glass. A needle line of hurt landed behind my right kneecap from standing too straight too fast. The space between seconds widened until I could lay my palm in it. Drew's gum clicked between his teeth. I wanted to tell him to spit it out because I could see the story we were going to tell later. Remember when you almost swallowed your gum because a haunted clarinet in the woods told you to freeze? And I wanted to give future us the favor of a detail. I didn't speak. Neither did he. Neither did she. The exhale touched my cheek like someone opened their mouth an inch from my skin and breathed. We stepped. In the gap beyond the last stones, between two birches with trunk scabs shaped like states, something stood taller than a person and wider than a pole. Its chest was a carpentered chapel of slats. When the air went through it, it made a single sad note. The inhale cut off. We stopped. I didn't plan to move again. That's the part people always misunderstand when they hear a story like this and say, "I would have left." You think it's will. It isn't. It's rhythm. Rhythm is a trap that teaches your bones to obey it before your brain knows the trick. When the breath slid out again, kinder than it had any right to be, we did the only thing we'd practiced since we were 10. We went forward. The thing didn't step. It didn't have to. The world moved around it, so lining up with it felt like throwing yourself down a hallway on a rolling chair. I counted like I used to count on the bottom of the pool before the swim test. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, and the inhale landed right on 3 and my jaw clamped shut, not because I chose it but because the rule did. "Okay," Drew said tiny when it let us go. "Okay." "Don't answer it," Sasha said again, and this time she was looking at me. The exhale came and I answered. We crossed the ring. The first white stone clicked under my heel, and the breath on the other side of the trees answered back. We crossed the ring because that's what the breath wanted. It wasn't force. Not really. It was permission. A door opening in a hallway you didn't realize you were already walking down. Inside the stones, the grass thinned to the color of an old t-shirt. My sneakers made a sound like rubbing paper together. Up close, the birches weren't gentle. Their bark curled like thumbnails peeling away from a bad habit. Sap had dried into amber tears no bigger than lentils. Between two trunks, a darker shape waited, not forward exactly, not back. The world had pivot points I never saw before tonight. The exhale sighed, and I took a step. "Don't answer it," Sasha said again, but she timed it on the wind out, and we both heard the space she left where the wind-in would be. Drew's mouth was open, as if he wanted to say gotcha or called it. And then the inhale cinched tight around us, and he shut it like a kid at roll call. We were close enough now to see what I thought was a pole wasn't a pole. It was a board. A big sheet of plywood cut from something pale. The lower corners were sunk into the dirt with two rusty stakes. Dark paint in block letters, the kind of careful a high schooler does when he's trying too hard. Birch whistle. After dusk. Under it 5 lines, not bullet points, not numbers, just rules in a column, the way a town posts swimming hours by a lake too shallow to save anybody. Move on the exhale, freeze on the inhale. Don't speak on the inhale, not even a whisper. Stay inside the ring. If you fall, hold the whole pose until exhale. If you reach the warden, cover its heart hole. Hold. The paint had bled in places where the wood grain rose. The words heart hole were thicker, like someone had rewritten them over a faint older line. Even in the dim, I could see a ghost word under the letters, not quite the same shape. The hyphen was new, crisper. My scalp prickled the way it does when you're certain of something dumb. That punctuation can mean the difference between getting home and not. The exhale threaded through the slats of the thing behind the sign, behind because the board wasn't decoration. It was a screen, and what it screened had ribs. I didn't see them straight on. I saw them the way you see something awful through your hands. There were slits, narrow as harmonica reeds. When air moved through, it made a tone so clean it felt like a dentist's tool 6 inches from the nerve. "Okay," Drew said, too breezy to be real. "Okay, okay, okay. Can't prank." Reed was a monster with a Sharpie. Flash mob pops out, we crap ourselves, we eat more sugar, 12 out of 10. On an inhale, Sasha said, quiet and sharp as a pencil tip, "No speaking." We all listened to nothing, which is harder than you'd think when your heart is the loudest thing you own. The inhale held long enough that I felt my calves write a complaint letter to the rest of my body. Drew flexed his fingers and one knuckle popped. He winced like he'd slapped a promise. When the exhale let go, we didn't look at each other. We looked at our feet and made adult choices. One step, another. The ground here didn't want shoe treads. It wanted bare, dirty heels and toes that hooked under roots. Closer, the board's paint resolved into 2 kinds of lines, the crisp ones from a new hand and the feathery ones from before. An older version of the second rule lived under the current one. If you tilted your head, you could read the shadow. Don't speak. No timing clause. No on the inhale. Just a blanket, a gag order. The new rule had made it easier to play. "Someone changed these," I said. "Not now," Sasha said. "I mean they. Not now." The inhale came and locked my tongue to my teeth before I could argue. Between the trees, the dark shape adjusted by doing nothing at all. I could feel it align with something in my chest, like 2 magnets flipping and then clacking flat. "Phone," Drew mouthed when the breath allowed it. He fished his out like a teenager sneaking a look at lunch. The screen jumped on, bright on his face. Battery read 46%, then 45, then 48, like the phone couldn't decide how scared it was. The camera app opened, then quit. The flashlight toggled twice by itself and stayed stubbornly off. He made a face at me, then at Sasha, trying to be the guy who knows how to fix things with confidence and settings. The exhale sank through us like a warm washcloth. He raised the phone anyway, hit record, and took 2 careful steps. "Have you noticed," Sasha said on the breath out, "how it's not wind?" "It's wind," Drew said because he had to. "Wind touches everything," she said. "This touches us." The board shivered, not rattled, not pushed. The letters quivered inside the wood the way voices travel through bone when you put your ear to a guitar. A dark blot seeped from the lower edge, a line of sap thinking about being blood. Insects worked confused, committing themselves to the wrong geometry. The inhale held. Ants froze on the sign. I watched one with a white fleck stuck to its back, something like paper. It had been dragging it heroically, then stopped with the paper halfway over a comma in the first rule. It didn't twitch. It didn't die. It did what we did. It waited. My throat tightened with a dumb tenderness that came from nowhere, a sense that everything we dragged with us would get caught on punctuation in the end. We made a plan in 6-word bursts between breaths. "Sasha, we test the rules gently." Drew, "No testing, we go back." Me, "How do we back out?" Sasha, "Same as forward, opposite." Drew, "What if we..." Me, "We don't what if mid-game." The exhale slid and we stepped forward again. The shape behind the board gave off a heat that didn't belong to fire, not sweat, not fever. The kind of heat you get near a car that's been idling, machine heat. A sweet metal smell tanged at the back of my tongue. Every time I swallowed, the top of my throat clicked like the first catch on a seat belt. We stopped when it told us to. We stared at nothing because looking at it straight made it real, and not looking at it at all made it worse. Somewhere in the black map of the dining hall behind us, a mouse knocked something over and tried to apologize. "Okay," Drew said when the breath freed his mouth. He held up his phone like a passport. "For the record, as counsel for the people of Cabin 3, I move that we not do the thing." "Nobody's making you," Sasha said. "You are literally making me with your eyebrows." He tried to smile. It made his face look borrowed. "Rule 3, I said, because if I didn't say a rule I'd say the wrong thing. Stay inside the ring." He gave the stones a look like he wanted to kick them into a tic-tac-toe grid and declare himself the winner. He didn't. We'd been inside the ring a while now. Leaving felt like admitting we were in it. "Just one more," I said. "I think I meant one more step, or one more round, or one more year to be this version of us." The exhale obliged. We answered. I can't tell you how close we got before the board's words started to hump up my skin. 5 yards, 3. Close enough to see that the sign wasn't old camp lore so much as an update. The first and third lines were solid. The fourth looked newer. The dryness of the strokes. The way the paint sat on top of the grain instead of soaking in. The fifth, about the heart hole, was recent, angry paint. You could tell by the raised lip at the end of hold where the brush had lifted, where the hand had been shaking or cold. Sasha stepped closer than I did and tilted her head in the way that meant she was calculating, matching what the word said against what the world was. "Cover its heart hole," she read on the wind out, more to herself than to us. "Not yours." "Yeah," Drew said. "Obviously. Not obvious." She ran her fingertip an inch above the line without touching, like a museum visitor hovering a ring over a painting. Someone added that, the hyphen, the it's. Someone fixed the line to remove an ambiguity. "Ambiguity keeps lawyers in PowerPoints," Drew said, "and gets campers killed." We didn't say killed out loud very often, even as adults, as if the word had teeth. What if we, he started. The inhale knuckled down hard. We froze, lungs in the kind of waiting that tastes like the inside of an old paper bag. A moth zigged, then hung mid-zig like a bad cursor. The world war pause well. Something else happened then. My phone, still in my back pocket, vibrated and didn't. The phantom buzz you get when you're trying to cut down. It gave me the dumb thought that the sign was a notification we'd all been ignoring since 1990-something. Between the trees, the ribs behind the board rose maybe an inch. Or my eyes did. A slat flashed wet where sap had lacquered it. The breath didn't sound like a mouth anymore. It sounded like air pulled through the cage around a small engine. When the exhale came, the sound warmed and the space unlatched, and if we had been people who take opportunities, we would have left then. We didn't. We played, because it asked. We tried to test the way you test ice with your weight on one foot. We moved in shorter steps, as if the rules would make allowances for good intention. The board didn't care about our good intention. It cared about timing. You could go an inch or a yard. The only thing that mattered was whether you stopped when it inhaled and moved when it breathed out. Okay, Drew said on the okay to speak. What happens if someone, he glanced at Sasha then at me, hypothetically says one syllable while it's, doing the in part? Don't, Sasha said. It's a test. It's a rule. Every good game needs a ref. That's what the tree is, I said before my brain could save me from the sentence. He rolled his shoulders like he was about to argue the fine point of a parking ticket, and then didn't. He was quiet through the next hold. Even his gum quit. The exhale pushed. We went. Our triangle had warped into a line with Sasha out front and Drew half a step behind me so he could win without looking like he was trying to. Past the sign, the ground dipped the way trails do when kids run them for 20 summers and then nobody does. The effigy stood in the dip's cradle. Its head wasn't a head. It was a block cut with a notch like a bishop in a cheap chess set. The chest was the thing, a box of ribs with slits, not symmetrical, which bothered me more than the fact that it was breathing. The holes were different widths. The sound braided itself out of odd sizes. Then the inhale grabbed us again. I felt it before I heard it, like a bass under music in a car. My spine wanted to bow to it. I didn't let it. The rules didn't say bow. They said freeze. My left calf twitched and I told it not to. My tongue throbbed, no reason except I had bitten it at some point, a hard press to remind myself I could still decide something. Illy? Sasha whispered. The way you whisper when you're not asking for help so much as checking if a person is human. Her voice slid out of her like a coin she hadn't meant to spend. Every birch in the clearing answered Illy back. Not in a chorus, not an echo, in her voice. From 6 directions at once, from leaves, from bark, from the notch in the effigy's blockhead where rain had learned to drip. The sound repaid the debt with interest. It said my name the way she had said it, question mark baked into the vowel. Then the sound went back into the trees like a cat withdrawing claws. Sasha's eyes went wide, but her body didn't move an inch. She hadn't broken pose. She had broken rule too. My throat dried in one swallow. You don't realize how many instructions live under your skin until you violate one and the air makes you feel it. We were still in the inhale. It kept holding, longer than any breath I've ever done for a doctor with a cold stethoscope. The ribs of the effigy didn't rise. They spread. A thin line of sap lifted on one slat and bridged to the next and snapped like spun sugar. I waited for the correction. I waited for the tree to step. I waited for God to come into the woods with a clipboard and write Sasha up for a technical. None of that happened. The world just held human-sized lungs of air and told 3 former campers to decide who they were going to be when the next exhale came. "Sasha," Drew said when we could move, and I was grateful he didn't add "what did you do" to the end of it. She swallowed. The inhale took her second word away like a goalie. She pressed her lips together until they widened. "Phones," she said as soon as the breath let her. "No more. Pocket them. It doesn't like devices." "You're anthropomorphizing a church organ with legs," Drew said, and the part of me that needed him to keep making jokes, the part that thought jokes equals safe, nodded in relief he couldn't see. We put the phones away. Mine buzzed one more time as if to protest the head count. The exhale went out, and if it had been a person, I would have said it sounded pleased with us. We tried backing out after that. I don't know if we all silently agreed or if one of us leaned and the others were wired to mirror. We took a retreat step on the wind out, and the ground refused to be behind us. Our calves pushed off and then felt like a treadmill had slid under our shoes. We didn't lose ground. We didn't gain it. We stayed. The ring of stones behind us felt further than it had a minute ago. "Forward only," Sasha said. She didn't make it a question. Her voice was steady again. She had fixed herself the way people do when there's nobody to fix them. "Or up," Drew said, looking at the space between branches, and I appreciated the ambition because it meant we were still us. "Or through," I said, because the board had offered a through even if it didn't say what happened to people who took it. The exhale slipped and we went. This time I counted my steps. Right, left, right, left. The centuries-old math of surviving a pattern. The effigy warmed the air as we approached like a human does. That was the worst part. If it had stayed cold, I could have filed it under object and gone on. But it made a heat signature in the shape of something tall with a chest that whistled when it breathed. We stopped when told. In the quiet, I could hear the lake do the lake thing, slip the light back and forth like a card trick. The dock planks 100 feet away creaked, then didn't. The dining hall windows, absent, made little rounds in the air where glass used to argue with wind. Drew moved his jaw to freshen his gum. He didn't chew. He didn't dare. Keeping his molars apart was the closest I'd seen him come to reverence. "Look," Sasha said on the breath out and jutted her chin at the bottom of the board where the paint snaked over the wood. A name had been scratched into the grain before the rules were painted. Kids did that with rocks, with pocket knives, with metal tent pegs. The paint had filled the gouges. RE was all I could make. The rest was under a spill of sap like honey with nowhere to be. "Read," I said. "Of course. You don't know that. You said you remember names." "I remember faces," she said. "The names cling after." "You think he posted this?" Drew asked. "Like an official thing, or like when the drama counselor puts up a sign that says no flips?" The inhale cut him in half and we threatened to laugh because it was the only thing standing between us and nothing. We didn't. We were good at this game now. It had taught us quickly. It had a proven curriculum. "Okay," Drew said as soon as air made room. He shifted his shoulders like he was re-racking a pool shot. "Somebody has to test the speech rule in a controlled way. Sasha broke it by accident. That's not a data set. I will break it on purpose on a very short inhale to see if—" "No," I said. "And if we do it on a syllable like us or the correction." "No." The exhale arrived and he used it like a loophole. He took a step, inhaled sharply as the breath flipped, and whispered okay in the tiniest ghost of a voice a person can make and still have it count as a word. Every trunk around us clicked. Not a snap. A click the way a light switch does when a room is about to be not dark. The sound made a circle, it found us, it located us. Then every birch, everyone breathed okay back in my voice this time, not his. The vowel stretched like gum. The consonant ticked on our teeth. From the ribs, from the knot holes, from the slits where sap had hardened. The clearing knew our words now. It had them on file. It could print them in any voice it wanted. Drew's face went toddler white, his lips barely parted. He didn't move because he couldn't, and that, for once, had nothing to do with the rule. We were still mid-inhale. It went on and on. It wanted us to think about the rules we had and the ones we'd been getting away with. I wanted to apologize to a tree. The breath finally flipped. "Don't," I started. That was when the board flexed inward as if a big hand had pressed the center of the plywood toward us. The stakes creaked. The letters rippled. The sap line unzipped. Behind it, the ribs broadened their spacing to make room for air they did not yet have. I saw Sasha's heel slide half back, the human urge to create an exit scratched into a reflex. She caught herself, caught the motion in the net of a rule she had decided to obey. The inhale tugged our bones. A birch branch overhead rolled in its socket with a sound like ground teeth. "Sasha," I said, mouth open just enough to get the name through on the last second of the exhale, because sometimes all you can do for a person is get their name in the air before the world fills it with consequences. The breath reversed. Sasha whispered back before she could stop it. "What?" The trees answered what in her voice, 6 of them at once. And then, like a teacher who has waited long enough for a class to learn by suggestion, the clearing moved to its first correction. The clearing had been patient. It stopped being patient. The inhale drew down and held like it was testing how many seconds a human can stack on their bones before the small muscles start to mutiny. My tongue stuck to my teeth. Sasha's eyes cut to me, not her head, just her eyes, because she'd already learned the new physics here. Anything bigger than a blink might count. The first correction didn't come as a strike. It came as an edit. Something, air, rule. Will reached inside the shape of Sasha's posture and rewrote it to match a diagram none of us could see. Her elbows jerked back until her forearms lined tight with her ribs, her hands splayed, fingers flat as if pressed to glass. Her chin ratcheted up 3 clicks, too precise to be accidental. Her knees drew together 1.5 inches. Not 2, not 1. 1.5 inches, like a measurement someone had told the world to remember. Her face didn't change. Her face couldn't change. But her pupils jumped big as the pain landed. I heard the body noises you only hear when there's no other noise to cover them. Tendon string, shoulder cuff scuffing in the groove, knuckles creak without moving. The inhale froze there, proud of itself. I did the only thing the rule let me do. Nothing. Drew did his own version, nothing with extra breath in it. In that held second, the ribs behind the sign seemed to widen and watch, not with eyes, but with attention. We were being graded. The hold let go, exhale. Sasha loosed a sound that wasn't a word and wasn't a scream. It hit the air like a coin dropped in a bowl, and I wanted to snatch it back before the trees learned it. She kept her arms where the correction had jammed them, like she was afraid trying to undo it would trigger whatever did it. "Are you?" I started. She shook her head small. "Don't ask questions." Each word on the wind out. Tactical. Drew angled toward her, hands up like a first-time EMT. Should I? "No talking on in," she said, catching the flip by the feel of it. The inhale snatched her mouth shut before she could add the last syllable. The hollows in the effigy's chest sang. The tone wasn't louder, it was closer. Warm blew across my lips like a breathing test in a doctor's office. The plywood sign hummed back at it in tired solidarity. A darker bloom of sap swelled at the bottom edge and ran slow over the wood grain, clotting on the carved RE. When the breath let us go, I stepped in front of Sasha so she could see my face without moving hers. "We move on the exhale," I said, keeping my phrases the length of stepping stones. "We don't test speech. We don't test anything." "Copy," Drew said automatically, the way we used to answer counselors. The word looked wrong in his mouth, like it belonged to someone who wore a badge. Sasha tried a micro shrug and winced. "It wants uniform," she said, almost admiring. "Freeze means a specific pose, not just still, correctly still." A gust stitched through the birches, wind, actual wind, and for half a second the ordinary world laid its hand over the game. Leaves hissed. A night bird told its opinion. The lake hit the dock with one weary plank complaint. The inhale slid in under that like a second tide and pinned everything again. Sasha's right foot betrayed her. The correction had pulled her knees too close. Her balance was a high wire thing now, and the ground here slopes in ways you can't see until you feel it. Her shoes skated on dirt as finely sifted as flour. Her weight rocked backward a hair. I watched her make the wrong choice and the right one simultaneously. Her heel began to drop to catch herself, and she refused to correct. Rule 4 sat on the sign like a smug teacher. If you fall, hold the whole pose until exhale. She obeyed. She fell like a statue would. No arms to throw, no head to tuck. Her knees locked, chin high, hands splayed, elbows pinned. Her back hit the ground first, then shoulders, then skull. The sound was a bundle of small thuds. I flinched with my whole spine and then remembered flinching counts. The exhale slid and we exploded into motion inside the most narrow instructions in the world. Drew crouched by her hip, palms up but not touching until the air signed the permission slip. I slid my hands under her scalp and found a divot of soft moss instead of a rock. The gratitude that broke through me for that moss was stupid and complete. We kept her pose as we rolled her onto a less punishing angle, because the rule did not say she could break pose once fallen until after the inhale switched. I counted her breaths for her even though she was breathing fine. Sometimes people need numbers sitting nearby. When the inhale took over again, we froze in that tableau. Me on my knees with my fingers under her braid, Drew braced to lift. Sasha flat to the earth like the chalk outline of an idea. The effigy did nothing the way a storm front does nothing, visible only in what it makes the rest of the world do. Pain, I asked when I could. 7, she said, maybe 8 when it flips. She tried to pull her forearms a millimeter away from her ribs and the invisible geometry tutor slapped them back with a jolt that jumped across my own nerves in sympathy. She hissed air through her teeth, caught herself before sound. "Stop," I said. "I am. More." She gave me a look that managed to insult and thank me without moving a single muscle above the neck. Drew swallowed hard enough to make a cartoon sound. "Field report," he said, doing the voice he used when he wanted to be the one writing the caption on the video we always forgot to take. Rule 4 is literal. If you fall, you remain the shape you were when you started falling until the exhale says you cannot. "Less narration," Sasha said. "More solving." "Solving what?" "Finite number of breaths to the Warden," she said, like she was doing a word problem in pen. "If each exhale is a step, we need enough exhales before anything escalates." As if on cue, the plywood board flexed again. This time the ripple was slower, a belly breath in wood. The second rule, don't speak on the inhale, not even a whisper. Looked wetter, the paint shining like it had been touched by a tongue. I didn't look behind us, not yet, but I could feel the ring of stones the way you feel a house behind you on a dark sidewalk. Near, far, changing its mind. We got Sasha upright on the next exhale, careful not to pull her arms out of the correction. The pose had a name. I knew it in the back brain place where you store gym class and dentist instructions. Something like attention, something like yoke. Her jaw worked once and I worried the game might try to clamp that too. It didn't. Maybe it didn't care what faces looked like. Maybe it only cared what bodies proved. We go forward, I said. No more looking for outs. I love an out, Drew said, but it came out flatter than he meant. He stood a half step behind me so he could be both brave and shielded. He had always been good at both at once. I didn't blame him. I needed him alive more than I needed to be right about him. The exhale guided us and we answered. 3 small steps. A stop, 3 more, another stop. With every hold I could hear our blood pressures sink to an alien metronome. I could smell the effigy now. Sap and hot penny, and something like old band instruments left in a case too long. Breath came through its chest awkwardly. A chord you'd call wrong if you didn't realize the song was in another key. We were close enough to see a bead of amber trembling on one rib slat. It vibrated on the inhale, steadied on the exhale, fattened until gravity convinced it that down was still an option. It dropped and made a soft tick in the dirt. Do you see the? Drew started. The inhale stopped his question where it stood, and the trees around us offered the question, do you see the back, in Sasha's voice, mine, his, overlapping like an ugly choir. It wasn't mocking. It was inventory. The clearing was collecting phrases and practicing. I kept my eyes on Sasha's feet. She'd adjusted almost nothing, learning the hard outline of the correction. Knees together, hands splayed, elbows pinned, chin up. A pose built to humiliate a mistake and display compliance. We did another round. 2 steps, hold, 2 steps, hold. The warden's chest slats widened maybe a finger width on the draws now, then slid back together. The breath had heat in it that mapped my lower lip like a scanner passing across skin. Then the ground decided to help. A root, not large, not new, humped up under the thin grass. I caught it at the last inch of the last step and had to choose between correcting and falling. I chose falling, which is to say I chose the rule over my ankle. My shin clipped the root. My balance leaned hard. My left hand shot out on pure reflex, and I saw, in the periphery, Sasha's eyes go wide with no, and it didn't matter because the inhale came like a trap, and my arm locked where it had flung. Stupid angle, elbow hyperextended, palm open to nothing. The hurt was a fireworks pinwheel running from wrist to shoulder. I froze with it, teeth bared at no one. Hold him, Sasha said on the breath out before she could stop herself, and Drew caught the back of my shirt with 2 fingers like I was the corner of a map that needed smoothing. We rode the hold. The breath flipped. We did the ugly, careful choreography of not fixing. Every second tried to talk me into easing the elbow a degree, and every second I said no to it like a person fighting the second cookie. When the exhale allowed, I lowered the arm long enough to hear cartilage mutter. I kept my mouth shut until the flip. Then, okay. The trees said okay back 3 times in 3 voices like they were checking attendance. We moved again, limping, learning. Sasha's locked arms meant her center of gravity was wrong. She compensated with small ankle twists and a ruthless spine. Drew's joke circuit had blown. He was down to brown out lights, quick glances, and 1 syllables. I felt myself split into 2 people, the one walking and the one watching the walking, ready to jerk the cord if the marionette hit the wrong pattern. Close now. The warden's chest framed the space between 2 slats like a window. Nothing lived there except air cut to a note. The block of its head offered a notch like a bad crown. The rest of it was lumber and idea and law. The inhale pulled, and this time my inner ear said the hold lasted long enough to deserve a name. It became a place, not a pause. The air itself had geography, distance draped over us, weight nesting in sockets. In that place something to my left made the faintest grinding noise like stone on something gritty. I didn't look. I didn't dare. 2 more, Sasha said on the exhale. Maybe 3. Then what? Drew asked. Then we do the thing the paint says, she said. We cover its heart whole. And if the paint lies, she didn't answer, neither did I. The inhale took the chance away. We went. 1 step. Another. The board murmured. The ribs sang. The smell of metal warmed. We held. We went. The effigy loomed the way a decision looms, not alive, not dead, hungry only for the thing it is owed. Do not touch me, Sasha said suddenly on the breath out, the words not for us so much as for herself. If I lose balance again, let me fall. Copy, Drew said, voice hoarse. I thought about saying no. I thought about confessing that if she fell I would break the rule and catch her anyway and take whatever the forest thought fair. I didn't. The game likes honest players, but not that way. We took the last 2 steps we could find. The warden's chest slats cued the breath like an instrument that had learned a conductor. The next inhale came with a pressure change in my inner ear and a sound like a dentist's suction. I didn't move, but inside my skull everything did. Memories upshifting, 30 summers sliding past the same trees on the same loop. And then the grinding came again. Louder. This time from behind. Stone scuff. Dirt squeal. A single pebble pinged into the back of my calf. The exhale let go and I did the thing you should never do under a rule. I looked back. The ring of stones had moved, not a shuffle, not one nudge. The entire circle had tightened inward around the clearing like a belt pulled 2 notches. Each rock had left a snail trail of scraped soil behind it, a pale crescent leading back to where it used to be, 2 feet, maybe more, enough that there was less world than there had been. The ring wasn't just where we played. It was playing back. The ring hadn't just shifted. It had decided. 2 feet of ground were gone, and I felt the loss like a pulled tooth you keep tonguing. Each pale crescent scrape behind the stones said the same thing in a language anybody could read. Closer. The inhale cinched and we froze with that new math in our knees. Behind the sign, the ribs didn't rise so much as spread, accepting air like a safe accepting a combination. Sap trembled on 1 slat and made up its mind to fall. I watched it wobble in the non-time between breaths and hated it for having a choice. When the exhale opened, we moved. Not bravely, not together. We moved because that's what answered the rule, and answering felt like the only honest thing left to do. Forward only, Sasha said, carving her words to fit the breath. The correction still held her in that humiliated soldier pose, elbows stapled to ribs, fingers splayed, chin locked a notch too high. She stepped like a metronome. I matched her. Drew's shadow jittered over my shoulder, a half-step back and then a half-step forward, because he'd never learned any other way to be with us than trying to be first without looking like he was trying. We were close enough to smell it now, sweet metal, like a penny sucked too long and birch sap warmed by a hand. The plywood sign hummed sympathetically, the words heart-whole glistening as if someone had just painted them. The 5th line had a raised lip of dried paint where the brush had lifted. It looked fresh. It looked legal. It looked like a way out. 2 more, Sasha said on the slide of air. We reach, we cover. Copy, Drew said, because when you don't have control you reach for cadence. The inhale scissored. I felt it in my teeth, in the dipped place at the back of my tongue, in my elbow still sullen from the fall. My bones learned to hold faster than my head did. They locked like they'd always known how. When the exhale let go, the relief made us sloppy. Sasha took her measured half step. I took a bigger one to close the distance to the warden's chest. Drew slid to my right, then cut across me to get a better angle on the slats like he was racing me to a water fountain at recess. "Drew," I warned, too late. We all heard the flip. The breath stopped. I stopped. Sasha stopped. Drew didn't. His momentum hadn't burned off. His shoulder brushed mine on the first nanosecond of the inhale. A nothing of contact. A nudge. The smallest disobedience the universe can measure. The clearing corrected him like a sentence with a wrong verb. He folded. Not a trip, not a stumble. His body collapsed into a kneel so fast it replaced one picture with another. Thighs slammed down parallel, shins flat to the dirt, toes pointed like a kid forced into reverence. His torso jackknifed toward the ground, but not in a way any spine wants, upper back rounding, lower back compressing. Shoulders jerked back and held there, scapulae trying to occupy the same zip code. His hands flew to the floor, not palms down to catch himself, but fingers splayed and strutted like a display. His chin notched high, an inch and a half exposing his throat. It was the pose the game had chosen for his mistake, a prayer bow engineered by a cruel architect. Bones made house noises, not the dramatic snap people imagine, more like old wood settling. The cartilage in his sternum ticked. The tendons at the front of his ankles sang with a wire's high whine. The sound went through my mouth into my molars, and I hated how intimate it felt. We froze there in that hateful tableau because the rule said freeze. Drew's breath sawed shallow against the position the correction had enforced. His chest couldn't open without violating the shape. His eyes sat huge in their sockets, and I could read 10 different childhood jokes in them, all useless. On the sign, the paint on "Don't Speak on the Inhale," not even a whisper, looked wet again. The board flexed gently inward like a sternum returning to neutral after a breath. Sap swelled and let go. A single amber drop fell and landed by Drew's knee. It looked obscene, like honey at a funeral. The exhale released us, and in that inch of mercy, all three of us made the same decision to help. I slid to his side. Sasha pivoted, kept her correction, and tried to lower herself without breaking pose. We put our hands into the world like we were allowed to make a difference. "Don't move," I said, stupid and necessary. Drew's eyes shook. His jaw worked stupidly. He wanted words. He wanted 10 of them. He got none. The breath flipped and took his voice away. We held. His tendons trembled under the force of not finishing the bow the way a body wants to. Blood ran color into his ears. Sweat penciled a line down the middle of his upper lip. A gnat landed there and thought better of it. When the exhale came, I slid one hand to the meat of his shoulder to steady, not change. The rule didn't say you couldn't touch. It said you couldn't move. I gambled on the difference. His skin jumped under my palm like something small was trying to get out. "Look at me," I said. "Look right here. Count the exhale in your head. Don't spend it." He found my face and focused like he had had practice at doing hard things in dumb places. "Okay," he said on the wind out, tiny, not a joke, a plea. The Birches said okay back in 3 voices at once. He flinched, not a motion you'd see across a room, a skin flinch. The kind you feel under your own fingers. The inhale shut his mouth with soft authority. We held again, and in that dead space the ring of stones moved, not far, 6 inches this time. far enough that the scrape marks overlapped their own echoes, far enough that I could feel the world shrinking like a shirt in a too-hot dryer. The sound of a single pebble chasing another into a new place pinged against my calf. "You're doing it," I said when we had license. "Stay in, stay quiet, we'll finish and—" "Cover the heart hole," Sasha said, voice steady as a ledger. "On the last exhale, Illy does it. Not a suggestion, a plan." Drew's eyes flicked toward the warden's chest box with its wrong-width slats. The breath flipped, he held. The pose held him. On the next exhale he made his mistake. It wasn't bravery, it wasn't arrogance. It was a human being trying to get minute relief from a position his joints were never built to hold. He tried to ease his hips, the tiniest rock of weight backward, the smallest pivot to get a better angle on his ankles. His hands didn't move. His chin didn't drop. Every visible part of him honored the shape. But deep inside the shape, a hinge tried to give. The inhale caught him mid-shift. The correction landed like punctuation. His elbows jerked backward another inch and locked, wrists torquing 90 degrees so the tendons at the base of the thumb stood like cords. His chest caved toward his thighs, not fluid but ratchet, clicks I could count. His spine compressed, not snapping, not yet, but compressing like damp books pressed under weight. The pose took him past what a kneel is, past what a bow is, past anything a body calls mine. A sound came from his mouth that was all air, no word, a torn balloon noise. His eyes watered and then didn't blink because blinking felt like rebellion now too. "Drew," I said on the permission of the next breath. I had nothing to put after his name. The trees put Drew after mine, wearing it like a borrowed shirt. "Don't move him," Sasha said. If she had tried to soften it, I would have hated her. She didn't. She gave me something to hold, an order. The warden's slats widened with the next draw and held there, as if savoring how much space it could take up. Heat off its chest brushed my knuckles. One of the slits closest to my eye was no wider than a pencil. Another was as wide as 2 fingers. Together they made a cord that felt like a dentist's drill 3 rooms away. The sound killed every other story my brain tried to tell itself. "Counting," Drew said. He didn't get the last word. The inhale took it. The trees gave back I'm in my voice and his and Sasha's overlapping. The clearing had an index now. It could pull any card it wanted. The hold stretched. I watched the pulses in Drew's neck slow to a mean rhythm. Skin went chalk at the corners of his mouth. His kneecaps shook like coins on a cheap table. The pose wanted him smaller than he could be. It wanted him arranged in a way you don't get to be unless you're made of wood or rope. His jaw trembled once. The effort to not swallow might have been the bravest thing I've ever seen him do. The breath released. "Please," he said. The forest said please back, so many times I couldn't count them all. The inhale returned like a door slamming in a polite house, and then the game decided he'd learned as much as he could learn. You could call what happened next a break, but breaks have angles and witnesses and casts. This wasn't that. It was a removal, a taking away of the internal scaffolding that holds a man upright in the world. Something in him let go, not a single bone, not a single ligament, but a conspiracy of necessary parts relinquishing their contracts all at once. His shoulders unseated, his hips unhooked, his spine unzipped on the level you only notice when you try to stand and can't remember how. He collapsed, not forward, not backward, down, the way a pile knows how to be a pile. The prayer bow fell into itself like a tent when you pull the center pole. His head tipped without the geometry of a neck to choreograph it. His hand slid palm sky as if asking a question nobody would answer. The The sound he made was the sound of a heavy sweater hitting the floor. I reached because of course I did, and in that quarter step the inhale pinned me and I froze with my fingers an inch from his shoulder. The pose had moved on. The student had left the class. The rule was for the living. For one unkind beat, the clearing admired its work. The slats in the warden's chest held open, then narrowed with a long, easy exhale that felt like a sigh a teacher gives when a hard point finally lands. The plywood sign let a last fat line of sap run and drip from the bottom edge. It hung and trembled and dropped, stringing the carved RE with a strand that looked too much like amber snot for me to stand. When the breath released us, I put my hand on Drew's shoulder. It moved under my palm like a bag of oranges, heavier than I expected, the shapes wrong in a way my brain refused to map. I said his name on the wind out because it was the one power left to me, and the trees gave it back and gave it back and gave it back until the clearing wore us like a chorus. The inhale closed and I knelt there with my hand on the body of the person who taught me to throw a curveball with a wiffle ball, who once stole me a plastic ring from a county fair, who had a punchline for everything and found a way to laugh at most of it. I didn't blink. I didn't breathe. I didn't correct a single shake. The ring of stones tightened again with a slow grind and a mean little hop. Closer. The warden's chest slats sang one clean note, warm and satisfied. Then the note slid down a half step, like a thing, loosening its tie for the rest of the night. We did not leave because we were brave. We left because the rule gave us exactly enough rope. The exhale slid out of the warden's rib box, and the ring of stones answered by opening a seam toward the loop road, two white ovals rolling aside like a slow pair of shoulders. It wasn't a gate so much as a suggestion. Stay inside the stones, the third line on the board said. The stones moved. The rule held. That was how you transported a cage. Office, I said on the wind out. The word small and practical so it would fit inside what was left of us. Sasha nodded. The correction still held her in that humiliating soldier pose, elbows stapled, fingers splayed, chin just too high. But she had learned to walk with it. She looked like a cutout slipped along a slot. We didn't look down where Drew had fallen. Looking turns a place into a shrine, and I didn't think I could carry another altar. The inhale clipped and we froze with one heel over the first stone of the seam, our bodies telling the world we accepted the terms. The warden did not follow, not with steps. It didn't need to step. The breath followed, and the breath was enough. We moved in the pulses it allowed, and the stones paced us, sliding along on little scraped crescents that marked where they had been a minute ago. The plywood sign kept itself centered in my peripheral vision like a parent tracking a toddler. The words move on the exhale, freeze on the inhale, went past my eyes over and over until they were nonsense syllables, and then song, and then knife. By the time the seam had carried us to the office porch, my calves had filled with hot wire. The hasp on the door was rusted but unhooked. The glass in the window was museum dust with a clean oval where a face had once watched. The shade behind it had been pulled almost down and then stopped a half-inch shy of the sill, like somebody had died in the act of changing their mind. The exhale signed our permission slip. I palmed the door. The knob turned with a soft cough. Inside smelled like old paper and mummified rubber bands. We froze 2 steps in because the inhale insisted. Dust hung mid-flight. A single spider thought better of crossing its own web. Somewhere under the counter, something small decided its life choices could wait. When the room let go, we went to work the way people do after funerals. Because the hands need an order even when the head can't supply one. The office was the camp boiled down. Metal desk with a corner dent, corkboard calendar stuck on a July 3 presidents ago, pencil cup fossils. Shelves along the back wall held clipboards whose springs had outlived their paper. A cardboard box sagged under the weight of swim test bands, blue and yellow, and one or two red misfiled by a counselor who didn't want to ruin a kid's summer. On the middle shelf, 3 ledger books and a stack of VHS tapes with handwritten labels. Sasha went for the ledgers like they owed her an apology. I went for the tapes because the labels said things like orientation 1989 and rifle range, and on the third spine in Sharpie with a human hand that didn't know it would end up a ghost, counselor training, the Birch whistle, do not duplicate. Here, I said on the out-breath, and Sasha didn't say don't, which counted as consent. A 13-inch TV/VCR combo sulked on a rolling cart, the kind they used to wheel into the dining hall for rainy day movies. The power cord drooped from the back and had been looped around the handle like someone believed in neatness. The outlet under the window was a pair of slack mouths. Power. I said as much to the room as to Sasha. She flicked one of the switch plates with her knuckle when the breath allowed her hand. Nothing. Then, because the clearing was listening and the clearing liked to show off, the inhale deepened and every exit sign in the office blinked from dead to a faint red hum. The TV's standby light blinked once like a little amen. We didn't talk about it. We didn't need a theory. We had a tape. The exhale slid and I fed the cassette into the mouth of the VCR. It pulled the tape like tongues pull sugar. The TV warmed to a gray that felt like weather. Static again had texture. The screen rolled once, then steadied. A classroom appeared, lit by board fluorescents, folding chairs. A whiteboard with camp rules written in dry erase, buddies, sunscreen, hydrate, at the bottom written smaller and then half erased and then written again, Birch whistle after dusk only. The camera jiggled. Someone set it on a metal cart and backed up. A man stepped into frame. Not Reed. Older. Hair that had decided to be gray and then stopped halfway. A counselor polo tucked into jeans that had never forgiven him for the tuck. He smiled, then let the smile go. Evening, he said. If you're watching this, you've been assigned to after dusk play. Don't play the whistle unless you've got sign off. He kept talking. He did everything a man does when he addresses a room he's trained before. He folded his hands. He pointed with 2 fingers instead of 1. He looked just left of the lens because bathrooms in buildings like this use mirrors for moral support, and his eyes had learned to address reflections. He did not blink. 5 seconds is normal on camera. 10 is odd. 30 means a person is making a point. At 60, your brain starts looking for a loop. At 3 minutes, it becomes a dare. At 5, you are no longer watching a man. You are being asked to reconcile that your body expects a thing and the world refuses to give it to you. The inhale in the office matched the ones in the clearing. He spoke between them. The tape cut once to a diagram on the whiteboard. Someone had drawn a ring of stones and labeled little circles player, and a rectangle in the middle with hash marks labeled Warden, and then cut back to his face. We tried no speech, he said on the out-breath. It was punitive, we updated. He tapped the rule list with his knuckle. No speaking on the inhale. Tap, not even a whisper. Nobody likes a kid corrected for a cough. Behind me, Sasha turned a ledger. The paper made a sound like a matchbook being opened. The inhale pinned us. Her fingers went still resting in the valley between 2 entries. Don't correct balance on the hold, the man said. We learned the hard way that no flinching is a fool's ask, so we made it precise, pose. His right hand wandered to his own ribs, 2 inches below his sternum, a touch so practiced it felt like a tick. "Cover its heart whole," he said. "Not yours." He glanced at wording like a man who had lost a fight about it. Maybe in a staff meeting. Maybe in a room where only one person got to vote. I stepped to the shelf to look over Sasha's shoulder. The ledger was labeled 1974-1979 winners/corrections in a neat script that sewed its letters together. Names ran down the left column. Dates marched down the right. In the middle, W or C circled. Winners, corrections. Some entries had notes. Nosebleed/sent home. Show off, sat 2 rounds. Slept at gate. Do not schedule again. Halfway down the first page, a name I recognized, not from real life but from camp stories you tell to freak the next cabin. R. Reed. No date. No W, no C. Just a dash. Someone had written staff beside it and then scratched that out hard enough to tear the paper. "See this?" Sasha said and tapped a glued-in slip with her nail on the exhale. A typewritten memo. The edges had browned and pulled away. Revision Rule 5. Effective June 28, 1978. Replace "cover your heart and hold" with "cover its heart whole and hold." Counselors must demonstrate. Under that in pen. Ask Judith before running with children under 10. The inhale barged in, and we held with our bodies leaning over the book in a little prayer we hadn't meant to do. The TV hissed softly. The man on the tape stared past us with a patience that has nothing to do with kindness. When we had air again, he showed the correction poses on an assistant you only saw bits of. An elbow here, the corner of a mouth there. The bow Drew had been forced into had a name on the whiteboard we didn't catch because the frame cut it off. The man cued breaths with a metronome clicker. His mouth gave most of the words. His eyes refused to give us anything we could call human. "If they whisper on the inhale," he said, "the trees keep the word." He smiled like he hated that it was true. "You can stop them by asking for silence after." "After," Sasha repeated softly, practicing. On the shelf above the ledger sat a Polaroid face down. I shouldn't have, but I did. I slid it free and flipped it with my thumb on the exhale. A ring of kids posed with counselors behind them in the very clearing. Summer haircuts. Socks that had opinions about stripes. In the center, the plywood sign crisp and newly painted, Birch whistle after dusk. The second line of rules reads simply, "Don't speak." No timing clause, no mercy note. "Changed," I said. Sasha pointed to the bottom edge of the sign in the photo, where a bead of sap clung bright as a tear. "Fixed," she said, like she would talk about a bug in a spreadsheet. The inhale sat on us. We waited. The man on the screen smiled without blinking and said nothing in a way that felt like he was saying, "Now you." I rewound a few seconds, more to prove I could move something than because we needed to see it again. The tape answered in a wheeze and then rolled obediently back through a sea of static. The TV's plastic casing warmed under my hand. The room hummed with a frequency you don't notice until it changes your heartbeat. Somewhere under the counter, a radio crackled an open carrier for a half-second and then quieted. I looked at Sasha. She looked at the ledger. We had equal and opposite faiths in paper and film. Neither of us had enough. When the exhale came, a sound from outside put the office back into the world. Gravel kneaded under tires. An engine cleared its throat and then shut down. Headlights rolled across the window shade low and crooked, flattening everything on the shelves into shadow puppets. A door opened, closed, Boots found the porch. A knuckle tested the air, then knocked. 1, 2, wait, 1, wait, 2. A rhythm that respected a breath we couldn't see. We froze because the inhale told us to, and because fear had its own rule book. When it released, a voice came through the door like a person trying to speak in a church. "You shouldn't have answered it," the man said. "I knew the job before I knew the face. There is a way Rangers hold authority when they have to do it alone. It isn't swagger. It's a tired line they draw with their voice and their boots and their posture and then stand inside." He knocked again, and even the knock seemed to hold on the inhales like the game had retrained his hands. Sasha's eyes went to mine. We did not say help because the trees would have kept it. We did not say run because there was nowhere to go that wasn't inside the rule. The exhale slid and the door handle turned. He stepped in with his hat in one hand like people on TV do when they're about to tell you they are sorry for your loss. He was younger than I wanted him to be and older than he should have been. His radio, clipped high on his shoulder, hissed. It wasn't static. It was a whistle so faint you could tell yourself you imagined it, until it timed itself to his breath. He stood in the office doorway with his hat in his left hand and the kind of squint men get from scanning tree lines for a living. The radio clipped high on his shoulder hissed with the faintest whistle, sinking to his breath like it had learned him. "You shouldn't have answered it," he said on the out. "But you did, so don't make me do paperwork on top of it." The inhale slid in from the clearing, thin as fishing line, and he stopped with his mouth half open because some part of him had been trained. The red exit sign hummed in sympathy. Dust hung midair like second thoughts. When the exhale gave us permission, Sasha pointed with her chin at the TV where the counselor on tape still smiled without blinking. "You know this?" she asked, her elbows still stapled to her ribs by the correction, fingers splayed, chin a notch too high. She was a paper doll learning how to be a person again in 1-second slices. The Ranger glanced once. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, I know it." He kept his eyes on us, not the screen, the way you keep your eyes on kids near a curb. "You got names, don't say them out loud." We didn't. "Good," he said. "Don't give it anything it can keep." The inhale pinned us. He didn't fight it. He stood with his hat against his thigh and his chest held mid-breath, and I noticed how the radio on his shoulder quieted perfectly when he did. Whatever signal it was catching wasn't the weather band anymore. On the out, he used easy words and short ones, the kind that go where you put them. "You're going to walk back with me between breaths. We're not outrunning a thing, we're ending a round." He glanced at Sasha's locked pose, took it in without flinching. "You hold the shape it gave you." His chin flicked at me. "You do the same. No hero moves, no speeches." "Can we get out?" I asked. He made the kind of face a man makes when the truth won't fit in the time he's got. "We can get you through," he said, which isn't the same as out, and we both heard it. The inhale tugged and he let his throat close on it. The radio synced, a cricket-sized whistle on his shoulder, soft and wrong. On the exhale, he stepped back onto the porch and the seam in the ring of stones outside the office widened. 2 white ovals rolling inward a half-turn like shoulders making room. He didn't look surprised that the stones had relocated to the door. He looked tired about it, tired the way you get when a road you drive every night has started moving its own curves. "Stay inside the ring," he said, and the fact that the ring had moved to include the office didn't bother him, which meant it should have bothered me more. We followed him in pulses. Move on the wind out, freeze on the take-in. The stones paced us down the steps and across the loop like a slow herd. On each hold I could feel the warden's breath like heat from a grill through the office wall, even though the wall was a stand of birches and the grill was a box of ribs with slots. Eyes on my shoulders, the ranger said, "I'll count with you. I've done this since before that tape got made." He didn't look back to see if we believed him. He kept his hat in his left hand and his right near the radio mic without touching it, like a man resisting a habit. We didn't talk. We didn't ask where he'd learned this, or who he'd brought out before us, or why he was alone. Questions would live in the trees if we let them. The clearing took us back like a sad dog. The stones made a lane toward the plywood sign. The board's paint looked wetter than it had 10 minutes ago. The words "don't speak on the inhale," not even a whisper, gleamed like a fresh scab. A bead of sap stretched from the bottom edge and would not fall. Past the board, the warden waited in the cradle of the dip. Its chest slats rose and spread a finger width on the draw, then settled. The smell of warm penny sat on the tongue. The breath felt warmer than the air around it, the way a mouth's exhale does on a winter day. "Hold your shapes," the ranger said when the world allowed him syllables. "Don't take the first big breath it offers when you're scared. It likes that." We stopped with our toes in the shadow of the sign on the inhale. He didn't turn around to check on us. He did the math with his shoulders. They squared when he wanted us to trust him. They dropped a quarter inch when he needed us to forgive him in advance. On the exhale, he stepped into the ring first. Something about that felt wrong, even as it felt like what you'd hire him to do. He sliced the air with the habit of a man who had walked fear with people before. His boots found earth like they were keeping an appointment. We moved with him. Sasha's locked elbows glittered at the edges with sweat. She had made peace with the discomfort the way you do with a blister. The peace of knowing pain isn't a variable anymore. My own elbow buzzed with a held firework ache from my earlier fall. The ranger set the cadence with the easy confidence of a drum major. He was a human metronome built for bad weather. For 4 breaths it felt like this might work. "Good," he said on the out. "Good, 2 more holds. Then you," a chin jerk at me, "you reach in." He didn't finish. The inhale took his word and something else took all the room in the clearing. Up until then, the holds had been long and mean, the way a teacher holds silence to make a point. This one was different. It stacked on itself. A second inhalation slid under the first by a fraction of a beat, an offset rhythm like 2 clocks getting drunk together. You could feel the overlap in your chest wall, 2 separate requests to freeze, one riding half a count behind the other. The ranger felt it too. It changed his stance, the way you brace for the second wave you didn't see. He widened his feet the way men do when they want to argue with gravity. The radio on his shoulder went quiet and then made a new sound, a mouthy in miniature, intimate as breath down a phone line. He didn't panic. He steadied. He kept us steady by being steady. There are a dozen tiny things professionals do that save you: eye line, voice, rate of move, and he did them all without thinking. Whatever had trained him hadn't lied. But the offset inhale didn't let go. It held and held and held past the time human tissue appreciates being told no. The ranger's nostrils flared once, then flattened. His Adam's apple lifted and stayed. A single tendon in his neck stood like a wire in a bad bridge. Sasha's pupils went big black. Her jaw tremored, and I could read the seconds in her lips. The ranger did what a person does when somebody else is about to drown. He moved closer. It was no more than half a step. He kept his skeleton devotional to the rules. But he gave up the safest thing he had, distance, in the name of fixing a thing that couldn't be fixed by closeness. The 2-part inhale found him for it. It didn't look like hands. It looked like agreement. The air around his ribs made a decision, and his body signed it because that is what bodies do in this game. His chest did not sink so much as it was put away, like a box lid pressed shut. The sternum flexed in its long forgotten hinge. The slabs of muscle between his ribs flattened like felt laid under a heavy book. The breath he had been holding ran out of hallway. The sound he made was not a crack. It was a caving. The same private clunk you hear when a shelf settles on old screws. A small, ungodly pop rode under all of it, the noise a rib head makes when it decides it lives somewhere else now. He stayed upright. That was the worst part. His training locked him in an almost stance, like a man at parade rest who had been resculpted into a bas relief. His shoulders rounded a fraction, then a fraction more, as invisible weight asked for more room. The radio on his shoulder wheezed a little in to match. My mouth filled with pennies. We did not move, we did not correct. The rules held us under glass. When the exhale finally came, it wasn't relief. It was a release valve. Air slid from him without noise. If an arm had slung around his chest and hugged the breath out, it could not have done it more intimately. He tried to take the next inhale, and his chest said, "No, sir, not in this house." "Don't," I said. The trees gave "don't" back in 3 voices and made it sound like permission. He knew in the small muscles of his face that his thorax had been rewritten. He tested his range like a careful man tests a bad knee. He put 2 fingers under his ribs like he could pry the space open by will. He did not beg. He did not curse. He asked the air in the rational voice I have only ever heard from people who cannot afford to lose their dignity. "One more." The inhale answered. It found him the way a song finds an old scar. His chest caved again, gentle and final, as if a bear had decided it was a hugger. His mouth opened in a quiet O that wasn't shock. It was taking stock of the new physics. The meat in his shoulders jumped once. The skin at his collarbone cast a new shadow as the angle changed. He didn't drop. He shrunk. It was a depth thing. Like someone had put a hand on the back of his jacket and pressed him a few inches into the world, enough that the world kept him. His hat fell from his left hand, the brim landing in the dirt like a little eclipse. The radio on his shoulder clicked as the mic scraped his shirt, and then, clear as a child blowing across a soda bottle mouth, a whistle came through the speaker, a neat little breath, perfectly in time with the Warden's. We were released to move and did not, which was a kind of obedience I will never forgive myself for, and am grateful for in equal measure. Sasha's correction held her like a harness. My elbow screamed and my lungs did the math again on which breaths were mine. "Hold," he said to us. On the narrowest slice of exhale the world gave him, and then whatever held his chest from the inside adjusted him an inch deeper into its idea. He made no more sounds worth writing down. The ring of stones slid inward another 6 inches, scrape over scrape, like parentheses tightening around a clause. The plywood sign flexed once, pleased with its copy. The sap string finally gave up and fell. It spider-webbed where it hit his hat brim and stretched a line to the dirt like a lyric that got stuck there. His radio kept breathing. It was faint, but you couldn't argue with it. In the tiniest seatbelt catch, out like air through a reed. In thinner now. Out, a spoon across china, matched perfectly to the Warden's rib box across the dip. Some part of me wanted to unclip the thing and smash it under my shoe. Some part of me knew that if I laid one finger on it during an inhale, the game would correct my bones into jewelry. Sasha's voice came narrow and level on the next exhale. "We're not out running," she said. "We're finishing. It won't let witnesses go. Copy, I said, my voice not mine. The inhale laid its hand on our shoulders again. I watched the ranger's shirt collar flutter inward against a place where a chest used to lift. I wanted to close his eyes. They were already closed. I wanted to call him by his name. I didn't know it. I wanted to give him one. I didn't. We stood and learned the lesson a stranger bought for us, because that is what rules do when they win. They make you respectful of costs you didn't pay. When the exhale let us move, I bent, slow in rhythm, to the edge of his hat and used one finger to lift the brim out of the path of the ring that kept inching inward. I set it on a stone because I needed to put something where a head should have been. The radio breathed again, and again, and again. I could hear it now, not only from his shoulder but inside him, as if the speaker had been routed to a cavity that didn't exist 20 seconds ago. We took our next steps toward the warden because forward was the only verb left in our language. Behind us, the hat sat on the stone with a line of amber drizzled across it like a bad blessing. Ahead of us, the ribs widened and sang. Between them, the radio on his shoulder kept time with a body it no longer needed. We walked forward because forward was the only verb the clearing allowed us. The ranger's hat sat on a stone behind us with a line of amber drizzled across the brim like a bad blessing. His radio breathed in time with the warden's chest, in seatbelt click, out hollow reed. A metronome for a body that had been pressed a few inches deeper into the world and left there. Rules, Sasha said on the wind out, the word a lifeline she could grip with 2 fingers. We need the exact version, no assumptions, no folk memory. She meant the board, she meant the ledger, she meant the tape. She meant that a painted hyphen might be the difference between going home and not. And if you've never had your life narrow to a piece of punctuation, congratulations. The inhale yanked us still. The ring slid another half step around our ankles, scraping crescents into the dirt like parentheses deciding to emphasize. When the breath released, the stones did the thing that had already stopped surprising me. They opened a seam not toward the lake this time, not toward the dip that held the warden, but back along the lane toward the office porch. The plywood sign slid with us, staying framed, patient as a warning label. Through, I said, not out, not away, through. We moved on the breath, we froze on the hold. We reached the steps in a handful of pulses and took them like a drill team we never auditioned for. Inside the office, the air had a different texture, the hum of old ballasts in the ceiling lights, the ruined sweetness of paper, the idiot comfort of a desk that had once held forms for field trips and late pickups. The TV on the cart waited the way machines wait, 0 patience, infinite availability. The inhale snapped us. We hung in it. Dust paused mid-flight. A curled strip of birch bark on the sill decided against a fall. Outside, I heard the ring nudge a pebble. The sound hit my calf like a small new rule. On the out, we went to work. Sasha opened the ledger back to the memo we'd seen. Revision Rule 5. Replace cover your heart and hold with cover its heart hole and hold. Counselors must demonstrate. She didn't say the date, she didn't have to. June 28, 1978 had already snagged itself on the barbs inside my head. I fed the tape labeled counselor training, the Birch whistle, do not duplicate, back into the VCR. The power light blinked once like a polite nod, and the screen warmed to a TV gray that always feels half like weather, half like a bad dream. The video snapped into a room we knew. Folding chairs, whiteboard, summer fluorescents that flatten faces into honest lies. The man who was not Reed stepped into frame and did his smile and then let it go, the way a man who has practiced not being the problem does. He didn't blink. That still felt like an insult. Evening, he said on the out. If you're running after dusk, you follow the board. It's there to save kids from the part they can't bargain with. On the in, his lips stilled as if the tape obeyed the clearing. The inhale in the office landed on us at the same time the inhale in the woods did. I felt it in my back, and in the television's glass the same imperative shared. The exit sign over the door hummed an obliging note, low and red. We waited. When air came back, he tapped the board in the frame, a reproduction of the clearing sign done in block letters on the whiteboard. Move on the exhale, freeze on the inhale, don't speak on the inhale, stay inside the ring. If you fall, then he pointed to the fifth line and said the sentence we were betting everything on. Cover its heart hole and hold. The words its heart hole didn't sit right in his mouth. They were newer than the rest of the sentence, not just in paint but in habit. He swallowed after he said them like the grammar had scratched. Rewind, Sasha said. I thumbed the plastic rocker. The VCR made the friendly hotel rumble you only miss when you need it. I stopped 2 seconds before the line and watched again. This time, the picture stuttered a single frame right before it. The whiteboard marker he held jumped in his hand like a cut had been laid over a cut. The audio did a minuscule tusk, the way magnetic tape does when you've overwritten, not erased. Again, Sasha said. Again, the same hiccup, a splice. I could feel the edit physically, like cold air from a door in a warm house. The sentence had been patched, the patch had not matched. The fifth line was not born this way. The inhale glued us in place. In that gelled second, I looked past our reflection in the TV and saw another. Rows of kids reflected, brief and wrong, as if the screen had caught a light from 30 Julys ago and decided to play it across the glass. Crew cuts. A girl with a hair ribbon too tight. A boy with a front tooth that never got its partner. They were sitting in these folding chairs in this room, watching this man teach them how not to die. Their faces went in and out like clouds across a cheap mirror. When the breath let us go, I walked closer so I could make a liar out of my eyes. The kids vanished back into the angle of light. All that remained was my face and Sasha's, doubled, and the room behind us where the shelves leaned and the ledger sulked, and a Polaroid sat face down on the cart like a secret that had been told to the wrong people. On screen, the counselor moved through correction poses with a volunteer you only saw in parts. The corner of a mouth, the back of a knee, a forearm with a friendship bracelet. He clicked a metronome once to set a breath and then turned it off because it was wrong. I could see the guilt of the click in his throat. If they whisper on the inhale, he said, the trees keep the word. His mouth wanted to soften the rule and couldn't. You can stop the echo by asking for silence after. He nodded at nothing like he'd learned that one the hard way. He did not blink. Silence after, I said on the wind out, testing the shape with my own breath to see if the clearing would file it. The trees outside said it back in 3 voices, not mockery, not approval, just inventory. The radio on the ranger's shoulder, wherever his shoulder had gone, made a tiny T on the word after like it appreciated the consonant. The inhale married itself to us again. It held. The TV's light held in our faces. The exit signs hum held at that red note that wants to be blood when it grows up. I backed the tape up farther, past the whiteboard, to a label displayed quick between camera jitters. Revision, June 1978. A sheet of paper taped to the board with camp stickers in the corners so the corners would feel less like they'd been taped to a thing that eats children. The camera panned across the sentence, replace cover your heart and hold, with cover its heart hole and hold. The words were there, black on white, bureaucratic as bugs, but the camera didn't linger. It jittered off the paper like it wanted to apologize for having shown it. Sasha flipped forward in the ledger. Fingers stopped at 1979. The entries thinned. W and C still marched down the middle column, W for winners, C for corrections. But there were more dashes, more scratched notes. Mom insisted / compromise, late bus, read, staff. Then an entire page where everything was struck through with a pen that had run out of ink and had then been pressed harder. Look, she said, at the bottom, ask Judith before running with children under 10. The name had been underlined and then scrubbed and then written again with a different hand. In the margin, small and clean, TV edit approved. We looked at the tape. The tape looked back. A different cut. A different sentence, the same man not blinking his eyes in the same room that had reflected the same kids and their same future. The inhale didn't let go when it should have. I felt it stack, not the staggered double breath we'd been tasting since the ranger stepped into the ring, but something new. A third inhale laced into the pattern, a half beat late, thin as fishing line, colder. The first belonged to the warden. The second had married itself to the radio. This third came from the television. You can tell yourself 100 things about air, that it's just molecules, that it's just pressure differentials, the house remembering what outside feels like, that a room can't breathe. But when the glass in front of you asks you to stop moving and your bones obey it before your thoughts do, belief is a moot point. We froze inside 3 different ends. The room's corners sharpened. The ceiling grid grew teeth. The red exit sign hummed a hair flatter. Across the clearing, something sighed through lumber. When the exhale finally came, it forked. The woods let go first, then the radio, then the TV a hair behind. If we were going to move, we had to choose a rhythm to be loyal to and hope the other two would forgive the infidelity. Choosing wrong would mean getting corrected into a shape no one had a name for. Count mine, Sasha said, and I understood. She meant pick one. We matched our steps to the wood's out-breath because the woods had teeth. The TV's breath kept its own time. The radio kept its tiny bottle blow. We took one measured step. The TV inhaled and the room tensed, but our bodies refused to answer the screen's command because the bigger room told us not to, and we listened to the bigger room. The glass brightened for a second, then calmed. The radio pulled a little ribbon of air all by itself and made the softest whistle, as if pleased to be included. On screen, the counselor walked a volunteer through the sequence of breaths, a little finger up for move, a flat palm for hold. He tapped the 5th line on the whiteboard. Then he did a thing the earlier cut had not done. He demonstrated cover your heart, not its, yours. He laid his palm flat to his own sternum and held it there for a slow 7 count, eyes open, mouth shut. The line on the screen jumped a pixel. The audio ticked. When the image returned, his hand had moved 2 inches off his chest and was hovering over a rectangle drawn in the whiteboard center, Warden, as if showing the version the world had decided to live with now. 2 versions, Sasha said. 2 rules, 2 edits. They didn't destroy the old one, they layered it. Why change it? I asked. Whose heart does it want? The room stole the question and put it on the shelf with the rest. We watched the man demonstrate again. Cover his chest. Cover the drawn chest. The The tape jumped as if someone had cut two realities together with a blunt blade and hoped nobody would notice. The kids reflected in the glass flickered in and out like they couldn't decide which future to keep. Outside, the stones made a sound I wanted to call shrug. The ring had tightened as far as the walls would allow, and now it had to settle for impatience. On the outbreath closest to honest we'd had in a minute, I popped the cassette with my thumb. The tape ejected 1 inch and stopped, the machine waiting to see if I really meant it. I pulled it anyway. The label peeled a little with my grip, exposing another label beneath, the adhesive version of archaeology. The top read "Do not duplicate." The one under it was older, neater. BW Training Org. Org, I said. The tape lies, Sasha said, and if she'd said we live here now, I might have believed her more. I lifted the first label. The adhesive stretched and then let go with the dry sound of old decisions failing. The older handwriting showed itself. BW Training Org. Then a date that had been scratched off with a paperclip but still left a ghost of 78 under the scrapes. We didn't talk about ethics or provenance or chains of custody. We slid the org in and pressed play. Static, the same room, the same man, but the whiteboard was dirtier, less corrected. The rules ran in a single column with no hyphen in heart hole and no "it's anywhere." The 5th line read, "Cover your heart. Hold. No demonstration yet. No volunteer." The voice off camera, maybe Judith's. The name lived in the ledger's margin like a thorn, said, "Again." And he did it. This time he kept his hand to his chest for a count of 10. And when he reached 7, the sound in the room changed. The inhale in the screen synchronized with the inhale in the office and the one in the clearing, all three laid over each other like acetate sheets. The TV asked us to hold. The woods demanded. The radio piped. 3 rules at once, one body to obey them. We didn't move because there was nothing left in us that could argue with a chorus. On the exhale that followed, the man on the tape did the part the later cut had stolen. He lowered his hand from his own chest and placed it gently against the whiteboard rectangle labeled Warden, as if laying a palm against a sleeping thing on the other side of a thin wall. "We learned," he said, voice rough with a history the edit had erased, "that if you cover yours, it ends the round. If you cover its, it ends the night." He looked at the lens then, not past it, at us. And finally, he blinked. The screen snarled a line and jumped like a butchered splice. And when the picture stabilized, the 5th line read "It's again," and the volunteer's forearm was back in frame and the counselor's voice had smoothed to an HR training tone. "Cover its heart whole," he said cheerfully. "Hold." The 2 sentences lived on top of each other now. The old one had not died. The new one had been dragged over it like a tarp. Outside, the ring clicked a stone off the porch step. The exit signs hum sharpened. In the dead, exact middle of the hold, something out in the trees inhaled a hair too late. A 4th rhythm flirting at the edge of our hearing like a child practicing a whistle in the dark. "Count mine," Sasha repeated. She meant pick one or we'd be picked apart. We chose the woods again because the woods had the teeth. We tried to move. The TV took its own in and told us no. The radio took its tiny in and asked please. The woods took their in and said stop. We obeyed all 3 imperfectly and felt the room imagine what shape it wanted to correct us into for trying to keep too many promises at once. On the out, the counselor on the tape smiled a wrong little smile and said, "Demonstration." And the picture stuttered and the sound hiccuped and the breath in the room bifurcated again into 2 neat, alternating pulses. Wood/TV, wood/TV. The radio copying whichever was nearest like a child trying to keep up. 2 breaths now, braided tight. Something else had started playing. The ring learned a new trick. We felt it before we saw it. A looseness to our left, a pressure to our right, as if the parentheses around us had decided to become an arrow. When the exhale let us move, the stones opened and widened toward the lake, 2 white ovals rolling aside, then 2 more, making a shallow corridor that pointed to the dock like a polite usher. "Through," I said, because out wasn't on the menu. Behind us, the office held the TV's breath like a grudged favor. As we stepped off the porch, the screen's inhale fell away, too far to boss our bones. The radio on the ranger's shoulder, wherever his shoulder was now, kept up its tiny bottle blow. The woods breathed. The radio copied. We matched the woods because teeth outrank speakers. The dock had survived the way cheap things do, by giving. Planks gapped where heat and winter had argued. Bolts wore rust like barnacles. The water under it was the same dark green of every childhood lake, opaque at night like it had secrets worth keeping. A loon called somewhere far off, a call you only hear in movies until you find out it's real. On the inhale, we froze at the gravel lip. On the exhale, we stepped onto the first plank. It sank a finger width. Not much. Enough to make the lake lick the board's edges. Enough to make the nails sing a mosquito-pitched tin. Enough to put a pencil line of cold across my socks. "New rule," Sasha said on the way out. "Doc inherits the ring." "Copy," I said. We tried the second plank. Same give. On the third, the inhale came and the wood under us decided it wanted to learn breath too. It dropped another finger and held there. The cold pushed through canvas and into ankle bone. We didn't correct. We didn't twitch. Somewhere under the deck, a fish made the mildest nudge, and I thought, without permission, of leeches. The air tasted like tin. The radio made a tiny matching, and that suggested it approved of the syllabus. When the exhale let go, the boards floated back a little, not to where they had started, but enough to let hope get noisy. We took the next plank. The dock decided we were serious. Each time the lake breathed in, a plank sank a breath deeper and whispered through its cracks like reed pipes. The dock had found its instrument. We moved like a drill team that had learned the song in the last 10 minutes. Step on the out, freeze on the in. The space between boards became the space between ribs. The entire lake seemed to hold its breath with us and then let it go in a sound like a stadium sighing. By the 5th plank, the radio had chosen a side. It synced to the lake, not the woods, a little soda bottle ooh that imitated the whisper the boards made. I tried not to look at it clipped to the jacket on the rock, the empty shoulder under it. If I stared at the hat on the stone, I would name him. If I named him, the trees would keep it. "Sasha," I said when the world let me. "How many?" "Docks, what, 19 boards?" She didn't look down. She couldn't with the correction locking her chin. Her elbows were still stapled to her ribs, her fingers still splayed, her head still a little too proud by a notch that wasn't for pride. "Call it 20 breaths. We can do 20. "Copy," I said, even though I hated the arithmetic under the words. 20 exhales means 20 inhales sunk to the ankle, the shin, the knee, thigh. The inhale held long. Water lapped our shoes. The cold did the thing cold does when it learns your name, travels up tendon like wire. I could feel the little knuckle of bone on the outside of my left ankle become the center of my body. My elbow thrummed with old fire. Sasha's pose made her center of gravity wrong. The lake tested every small stabilizer in her hips. She didn't correct a millimeter. Sweat stung her hairline and immediately went cold. When the out came, we obeyed like good students, and the dock rewarded us by pretending to be land again. The whistle from under our feet changed pitch with each step, slats bending air, planks speaking a different note. A scale formed, plank 1 low, plank 2 higher, plank 3 higher still. The lake was playing us a countdown. "Don't speak on the inhale," she reminded herself and me and the water. By the 8th plank, the white stones on the shore had done something I didn't have a word for. They had lined up parallel with the dock like guard rails, keeping pace on the sand. Each inhale slid them a little closer to the waterline. Each exhale let them rest. The ring was stretching into a lane, and if you had asked me yesterday if rocks could be lanes, I would have laughed at you. I don't laugh when I learn I'm wrong anymore. On the 9th plank, the inhale arrived with an extra layer, faint and cold, like a second lake underneath the first. For a second, 1, 2, I thought the TV had followed us anyway. Then I recognized it. The dock's own breath, the way timber takes on the rhythm of the thing it rides, and I wanted to throw up for how many breaths we were now responsible to honor. "Count mine," Sasha said again. She meant woods. We matched the woods. The dock sulked but obeyed. The radio tucked itself in under the lake's whisper. We moved. By the 11th plank, water seeped into my shoes and made a home. The ply flexed under my weight and my ankle rolled a hair, and I had to let it roll and not correct because Rule 4 had a memory like a trap. I caught myself with a sideways lean I would never have allowed an hour ago and held it there like a statue carved by a petty god. Somewhere back on the path, the ring clicked a stone against another in little applause. The exhale let us fix the lean. We spent it fast. We were burning seconds like calories we didn't have. At 12, the dock tried to teach us humility. The plank dropped a full foot on the inhale and stayed, cold up to the calf. I felt the jab of a nail through my soul go from annoyance to threat. Sasha's breath came through her nose in strict metered lines. Her eyes flooded and didn't blink, couldn't, and a tear sat under each lid like a bead, then rolled when the lake had the courtesy to let gravity come back. "Leave me," she said on the out. And the ring on the shore repeated "leave me" in her voice and mine and his. "If I fall, leave me." "No," I said. The woods gave back "no" in a chorus that made the word sound like a rule. Another 2 planks. Another inch of water. Another shout from under the boards as air forced itself through rod. The dock was learning the song fast enough to go on tour. We hit the gap section we used to love as kids. The part you could see the water through and drop pebbles to annoy the fish. Now the gaps looked like promises the lake had made to itself. 3 more, Sasha said. Her voice had gone exactly where a leader's voice goes when a squad is out of road. Quiet, factual, without the cruelty of comfort. On the next hold, a long one that felt like a hand in the middle of my back keeping me still, I saw it. In the dark, thick line where shore met lake, where the cattails bent and the sand gave up, a shape stood as if it had always been standing and only now felt like making sense to our eyes. Not walking. Present. The block head with the bishop notch. The chest a carpentered box. Ribs with slits that pulled air one way and poured sound the other. The warden at the waterline as literal as a lesson. It had moved without moving, or the world had moved for it. There are times the grammar of a thing matters and times it doesn't. This was the second kind. When the exhale arrived, the dock gave us the worst kind of grace, momentum. We took it because what else was there to take? 2 steps, then 1, then a stop with our toes at the last board's edge. Water licked the old nails like a dog that had learned bad manners. The warden's breath warmed our faces with an intimacy that has no place in the open air. "Cover it," Sasha said, and the trees practiced the word its back, like a choir hitting a new vowel for the first time. I thought of the tape we'd watched. The orig where the man had palmed his own sternum for 10 and ended the round, and the edit where he'd hovered a hand over the drawn chest and promised the night. The words lay on top of each other like two maps, one that got you to Main Street, one that got you to Dawn. The inhale nested inside us. My ankle bones screamed their names. The dock settled another inch and stayed because wood is a bad friend. I didn't speak. I wanted to tell Sasha I had both rules in my mouth and couldn't choose which world to end. On the exhale, the dock gave us one last favor and then took it back. It dropped not a finger, not a foot, down, past the place boards get to go and still be boards. The lake came over our shoes and shins and knees in one clumsy hand. The whole structure shuddered like a breath you start to take and realize is a sob. We did not move. That was the only way to not die. Freezing meant living long enough to choose. My calves burned icicle lines to my hamstrings. The radio whistled the tiniest ooh-oh like a child learning to blow a bottle. The undersides of the board sang around our legs as the lake found new ways to be clever about air. The warden stood at the waterline, ribs opened a finger width, breathing us the chance we hated it for. On the next out, Sasha said, and the ring on the shore said next out back, listening like a judge. You reach. If you, she didn't finish because the rules took the words. The inhale held. The dock held us under its bad idea of mercy. The warden honed its note to a single line. When the exhale came, it would be ours. And then the dock let go. Dock let go. Not a groan, a decision. Boards lost the argument with their bolts and we dropped a clean 2 feet as the lake took us to the knee, to the thigh, to the place your body starts a panic it can't spell. The inhale locked us under. Cold cinched my legs, would bit my shins. The water did that mean thing water does, went quiet, so my fear had no wave to blame. Beside me, Sasha held her correction like a dare, elbows stapled to her ribs, fingers splayed, chin notched high. Her braid floated against her neck like a rope that remembered hotter afternoons. We didn't correct, not a twitch, not a flinch. If I tried to kick, I would have felt the rule in my kneecap. The out came like a mercy note and we spent it. 1 step back, plank to plank. The boards rose just enough to let the lake argue a new number. The radio on the rock behind us blew its tiny bottle ooh-oh to keep time. The white stones on shore paced us, 2 by 2, a lane assembling itself like an ambulance route. We retreated in pulses, move on the out, freeze on the in. My teeth hurt with cold. Something thin slid along my ankle, and my brain named every lake thing it ever met and hated all of them. The warden stayed at the waterline the way the horizon stays the horizon. It didn't need to follow. It owned our verbs. By the time our soles found gravel again, my socks made the sound of paper tearing with each step. The stones opened a seam through the ash toward the office. The plywood sign slid with us, patient as a hand on a kid's shoulder. Through, I said on the wind out. We moved that corridor breath by breath until the porch took us in. Inside, the room's hum took on our shiver, light flattened us into honest shapes. The inhale pinned us 2 steps deep like we'd been thumbed into a page. Dust paused. A spider doubted its own plan. When the exhale let go, the ledger opened itself. Not showy. Just a quiet fan of pages, as if a hand under the book decided it was tired of being polite. The paper found a date without touching fingers. Tonight. The numbers had the neatness of a person who writes down things they don't want to be true. Our names sat in the left column like they'd been there all day waiting for us to notice. Sasha K. W. The question mark written small, a private rebellion. Illy R. See the circle already closed as if a clerk had initialed it. "Don't," Sasha said on the out breath, but she meant don't look, and I had already looked. My throat went chalk. I reached without thinking, the breath stopped me. We hung there over the book like two people praying at an altar neither of us believed in. A bead of water slid off my sleeve and inked a small comment in the margin that read "Late bus" on the page before. The room let go. I didn't touch. I know better than to smear prophecies. "Trade me," Sasha said. She didn't look at me. She didn't look at the ledger. She aimed the words at the room, at the trees that could hear through glass, at the breath that had learned to use our voices. "Correct me. Let him go." She cut the phrase into legal bites that could be filed. The office listened. The Birches outside said "correct me" in my voice and hers and the ranger's ghost of a voice. The radio on the empty jacket made the faintest yes, air over plastic. In the column next to her name, the tidy W darkened as if a pen tip had settled there to think. Next to mine, the C didn't change. It wasn't gloating. It wasn't anything. It was a stamp that had already dried. "Don't," I said. The trees sent "don't" back at us a dozen times in 3 different pitches, and it sounded like a law. Sasha turned her face a degree in my direction, the most mercy her correction allowed. "We need a through. Every vowel on the exhale. If it won't take me, it'll take the gesture." "How do you know?" "I don't," she said, "but the tape taught it once. Maybe it remembers trades." The inhale clamped. The TV on the cart flirted with a picture of the counselor's non-blinking face and then thought better of it. The exit sign's hum slid a cent sharper. In that held second I heard a sound I'd never heard from my own body, a thin leak of air at the back of my throat, a bottle blow I wasn't making. I bit down stupidly like you bite on a thermometer. The sound brightened. It was coming from me. The breath let go. "What?" I said, and the clearing answered what with a pleased mimic. "Say nothing," Sasha said. "Nothing," because she knew the word would be kept if it landed on the wrong side of a flip. I closed my mouth and the whistle didn't stop. It sat in the soft V under my tongue, ran up the roof of my mouth, and threaded itself behind my sternum like I'd become a cheap instrument. Cold braided around the spot where ribs meet cartilage, a new seam, the suggestion of slit. The ledger turned a page by itself to a spread labeled staff notes. The ink had tried to flee the paper in one corner and lost. I read with my hands hovering like a thief who still wants to be invited. "Cass says teach them cover yours for round end, cover it's for night end. Judith, we can't keep running nights. Budget, complaints, parents. R. Read, don't schedule kids with asthma after dusk. Illy R. blank. My name was written there where it didn't belong, not in the players' list. In the notes, a fresh scrawl that had cut through the paper a little. I didn't breathe. The room took that as an offer. The whistle in my throat matched the radio on the jacket for one neat second, 2 children hitting the same bottle mouth. Then my sound nudged ahead by the smallest sliver, as if something inside me had decided it didn't need the ranger's metronome anymore. Sasha watched my chest the way you watch a door in a bad hallway. "Don't fix your breath," she said. "It will fix you." The inhale got teeth. The air in my throat lapped. A pressure like a finger slid under my sternum and pushed outward 1 teaspoon at a time. I put my palm to my chest because that's what the tape had taught. Old rule first, cover yours, and the whistle sweetened like the note, like the shape of my hand. Warmth met my palm through bone. I felt something under the sternum answer back, a dumb, eager yes like a dog's head nudging for more. The ledger's pen scratch came without a hand. A single straight line sank down beside my name as if a bored clerk were drawing a stake. Sasha moved as far as her correction led her, 2 inches toward me in a dignified slide. "Listen to me," she said, and I hated how much better she sounded than I did. "We still have the through. We still have the night if you can get your palm from you to it." "How?" I said, because my hand felt glued to me by a rule older than paint. "Breaths," she said. "Spend them like money." The inhale arrived like a bad letter. The pressure under my sternum peaked. Something inside me parted with an awful intelligence, click like bark peeling off a birch in a clean ribbon. I saw it happen before I understood I was looking at me. A twig the color of old paper pushed up between 2 ribs just left of center. Not fast, not gory. The way a blunt pencil would poke through a notebook page from behind. The skin bowed, then broke without blood. Just a line of sap-colored wet that smelled like the white heart of fresh-cut wood. The twig was smooth as a dowel. It had a growth ring around it the way a bone has a scar in an X-ray. My vision tunneled so hard the edges went theater black. The whistle in my throat sweetened again like a wind took a wider path. Sasha didn't say my name. She didn't let the trees have it. She said, "Hold." The only good word left, I held. The inhale held us. The twig thought about being in the world. It made a small, obscene creak as it pressed skin aside. The pain wasn't sharp. It was structural, a rearranging, a suggestion that somewhere inside my chest, space had been borrowed and would want to be repaid with interest. When the exhale finally came, the twig slid back the way a fish takes retreat with dignity. The skin closed behind it like a drawn curtain. A dot of sap, no red, beaded and held. The whistle in my throat dropped back into time with the jacket radio's bottle ooh as if it had remembered its manners. I took my hand off my chest. The ledger flipped itself closed with the sound of a decision you can't appeal. On the cover, embossed under a layer of dust, I could read the title for the first time because the angle was mean enough to show it. Winners/corrections and the survivor's ledger. The last 3 words had been pressed in later, by a different die, a different year. The S in survivor had a tiny chip in the lower curve. The kind of flaw you only notice when the thing belongs to you. The inhale grabbed us again. The office lights hummed 1 hair higher, and on the desk, so soft I would have missed it if the whole world weren't quiet, a dried birch curl lifted where my breath touched it and then went still. The woods waited. The radio waited. My ribs waited, a polite space prepared. Sasha looked at my empty hand and at the door. "Next out," she said. "We go finish the night." We left the office because there wasn't anything left inside that could change the outside. The ledger had shut like a mouth that had said its last useful thing. The TV held a breath we couldn't afford to borrow. The radio on the jacket, still on the stone, still whistling a little bottle ooh, kept time for a body that wasn't operating under the old contract. The stones had already done the math. They had opened a seam from the porch to the clearing, a chalk-white lane of ovals rolling aside and closing again behind us with the slow certainty of a zipper. The sign paced us, patient and smug, Birch whistle after dusk. The paint on Heart Hole looked wetter, a fresh lip of black at the lift of the H. We moved on the out, we froze on the in. The lake behind us played its reed song without us, the dock sulked and floated wrong. The woods took the metronome back. "Through," Sasha said, not looking at me, because the correction didn't let her, and because the words were smarter if they didn't know my face. We stepped into the ring like we'd done it all our lives. The clearing made a shape around us, that polite circle that used to feel like rules and now felt like teeth, and the warden waited where it liked to wait. In the dip, chest slats parted a finger width, breath laid out like a line you're stupid not to follow. The first inhale hit and held. I heard it in my elbow, in the seam under my sternum, in the place under my tongue where the whistle had taken a bunk. My bones answered first, my head followed because it had learned that's how you stay. The exhale gave us an inch and a half of road. We took it. That was when the clearing spoke. Not a voice, not exactly. A sentence made out of pieces it had kept. A choir of borrowed mouths patched into a phrase that landed on our skin like weather. In the night. The counselor's gravel, keep. The ranger, boy quiet, the memory. Sasha, no tint of doubt like she would have asked to testify. It timed the words for the out-breath, polite as law. The sound had the bad grace of being kind. If the thing had hissed, we could have hated it. It said the words like a nurse. We didn't answer. You don't answer offers you don't understand. The inhale held us again, longer, as if waiting to see what we'd do with the sentence. The rib box barely widened. It didn't need to. Everything else in the world was doing it on its behalf. On the out, I risked the smallest consonants. Price. The Birches said price back softly 3 times, then were quiet. The warden did what it always did, breathed. The sign behind us shook off a skiff of dust. The list of rules blurred a hair and then clarified a hair different. The first line now read, move on the inhale, freeze on the exhale. Sasha's breath clipped and she made herself not swear because the in would have taken the word and put it up on a shelf. It's flipping, I said on the out. It thinks we're ready, she said, dry, or bored. The inhale came and our joints itched to step. Muscle memory rebelled, tried to argue for the old cadence and lost. The ring slid a pebble against another tick-tick, which is exactly how you train children, clicks and carrots. We moved on the in, we froze on the out. The pattern felt wrong the way writing with your other hand feels wrong. Every stop hurt. Every go hurt differently. The clearing had changed one verb and made the entire language new. It didn't just flip the pattern, it sped it. Short draws, quick releases. In out, in out, in out, fast enough to make my pulse clumsy like running down bleachers. Triple time, I said on an out I almost didn't earn. Count mine, Sasha said. Hook to woods, ignore the radio. The radio ignored us back and copied whatever breath was nearest. Ooh-oh, 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 happy as a child, faint as a conscience. We went. In step, out lock. In step, out lock. The warden's chest slats flickered in the faster rhythm. Each inhale a finger width, each exhale a return click. The heat off it brushed my lips, and the smell did the pen is in Birch thing that my brain had decided meant law. 2 breaths, 6, 12. The ring slid itself in another half-foot, a mean hug that smiled while it squeezed. The sign vibrated a fraction, and I watched the second line. The speech rule, sharpen its punctuation like a knife on stone. Not even a whisper. On the 9th in, something in my chest answered again. An eager, dumb nudge from behind the sternum that wanted to push a twig into the world because that's what a new rule looks like when it's learning to be a body. The seam pressed, the whistle sweetened, the pain made itself not an emergency but a suggestion I would be unwise to ignore. Don't fix your breath, Sasha said. Let it be wrong and let it be wrong. I'm tired of letting, I said. Then finish, she said. Get your hand from you to it. Which is the whole project, isn't it? Get your hand from you to the thing that wants to own you. That's all religion and law ever asked of anybody. We were close enough to see the edges of the slits in its chest, how they weren't clean cuts but nibbled, like the wood had splintered around the tool. Sap glassed the mouths. The warden's head notch made a priest shape, which is cliché if you haven't been tired long enough to accept that clichés are just heavy things that flatten whatever they sit on. The breaths got even shorter. In out, hummingbird quick. The world wanted to make a point about obedience on a faster schedule. We kept up because we had to. Step, lock, Sasha's correction, elbows stapled, fingers splayed, chin high by a degree no real human picks on purpose, made every lock a penance. Her discipline found a number in the hurt and sat there. The sight made me feel two opposite things at once, proud and disloyal. The ring scraped again. The stones had chewed the outer dirt into pale crescents that overlapped like fish scales. The office porch felt far and away it hadn't been 5 minutes ago. The lake was a sound more than a place. The offer found us again, stitched from pieces, careful about timing, patient with our skepticism. End. My voice, but cleaner than I'd ever used it. The night. The tape's counselor, one eye blink from human. Keep the ranger, a breath that wasn't his anymore. The memory, Sasha like a verdict. We didn't ask or what, we knew. The ledger had said enough in its clerk way. Winners, corrections, survivors, ledger. You don't press 3 words into a cover unless you've had to say them at a desk. We hit a place that felt like a threshold. That's not language trying to be pretty. The air there had a texture, cooler by a degree, heavy by a gram, like the edge of a storm when you step out of a store. The slats widened a second longer on the in, waited a heartbeat longer on the out. If the game had a face, it was the space between those 2 seconds. On the next in, Sasha said, reach, don't miss the flip. Copy. The word hurt in my mouth. The inhale came, I moved. Sasha made herself a machine at my shoulder. The warden's chest heat rolled over my knuckles. My hand remembered my own sternum like a magnet remembers its first piece of metal. I told it no. I told it there. My palm hung an inch from the slats, and the note off the ribs sweetened like a flute, learning a better mouth. The exhale hit and I froze, hand lifted, elbow throbbing, sweat cool, stupidly aware of a mosquito doing a long, mean orbit of my ear. If I swatted, I'd be a new shape in a new rule book. Not interested. 2 more in steps and I could touch. If the 5th line on the sign wasn't a trap. If the old line hadn't been right the first time. If the warden's offer wasn't the kind of bargain where the money looks good but the contract is in Latin and signed in something that isn't ink. The inhale arrived and I went. The breath under my sternum pushed in sympathy like a child trying to copy its parent. I opened my hand and committed to a palm, the way the man in the tape had taught, the way the sign wanted, the way my fear didn't. 2 inches. 1. The exhale arrived a hair early, mean as a cop with a quota, and in the twitch of that surprise my foot found the wrong ground. Not a root, not a rock, the edge of a shallow hole where some animal had thought about living. My ankle rolled in a direction ankles don't applaud. Heat popped up my shin. My knee crooked to save it, correction, and the rule had the right to call that a sin. I did the only thing the 4th line had taught me. I fell the way a statue falls. No arms to throw, no chin to tuck, no pretty twist to spare anything. The correction pinned my joints in the shape they'd been when I started to lose. The world pulled its rug. I went forward on the freeze. That's the part that made my brain refuse vocabulary. Forward, on a stop. A bad geometry problem I was inside of now. The ground hit me hard enough to take a piece of me I needed. I didn't feel the rock under my chest because my chest had more pressing business. My right hand had been extended, an inch, 2, from the warden's slats, palm open to a thing a sane person refuses to name. It stayed where the rule nailed it. Forward, fingers spread, less than a breath from wood I hated. Only one hand made the ground. The left hung midair. A dumb, helpless wing. The inhale took the air out of my choices. Every small muscle in my back wrote a letter to a manager. The seam under my sternum bulged like sap behind bark in sun. Something inside decided it would love to come out again. My mouth filled with the penny sap taste my brain had agreed meant law. I kept my right palm exactly where it was, because the rule did not say I could move it, and because it was the only part of me pointed at a future that didn't look like gravel. The world held. The ribs widened one more degree. The offer landed again in a whisper made out of everything we'd ever given the woods to work with, every phrase we should have kept. End the night. Keep the memory. Hold. Headlights combed the birches like a hand looking for a switch. They swung once across the dip and caught the block of the warden's head, just a shape for half a heartbeat, and then swept on, flattening the plywood sign into cardboard and throwing our shadows long over the ring. Tires worried gravel. An engine died. Doors. The sound of a seatbelt retracting a fraction like regret. I was on my face in the dirt, frozen on the out in the wrong kind of fall. Right arm extended toward the warden's chest slats, palm open. Left hand hung above nothing, as useless as a wing you haven't earned. The seam under my sternum pressed like a thumb from inside. The twig that had thought about being born there remembered it wanted to. A voice too familiar in shape and cadence to belong here called out from the loop. Illy? The woods kept it. Illy came back from 6 trunks at once, my name in a mother's mouth, then in trees, then in mine. I didn't look. I couldn't. The rule had me in its little picture frame, and I was not going to decorate it with panic. On the in I moved, an inch, no more, toward the chest slats. On the out I locked, every tendon in my bad elbow singing the wrong hymn. Footsteps came fast on gravel, then slowed, because headlights had found the ring of white stones, and every bone 40 years of PTA training had given those legs said don't step on that. Another door. Another set of steps. 2 women stopped at the sign like they'd reached the rope at an exhibit and didn't yet know whether to duck under. One had the nurse's stride, practical jacket, a tote with snacks as religion. The other wore a high school sweatshirt under a denim jacket and the face of a woman who has spent 2 decades getting people into cars on time. They were both the shape of the problem and the shape of every solution I had ever believed in. Don't come in, I said on the out, too loud, the word breaking in the middle like a dropped plate. Talk only on out. Move only on in. Inside the stones or not at all. They looked at me and past me, and at the place where names usually solve things. The nurse one lifted a hand toward her chest the way people do when a complicated grief arrives. The other flicked the flashlight off because some sense in her said lights don't help rules. Where is? The sweatshirt mother started, and the in took her voice and she did the most human thing. She tried to finish. The last syllable scraped out anyway like a knee over cement. The trees said where is back to her in her own voice and mine and Sasha's, lining the trunks like posters stapled to telephone poles. They froze because I needed them to and because the clearing did. On the next out I gave them orders like a coach with his shoe in gravel. Count me, I said. Wood's breath. Not your own. Step in on the draw, freeze out. Hands down, chin up 1 notch. Don't speak on in. Not a whisper. Not a name. The nurse mom put her lips together like a stitch. Sweatshirt mom shifted her weight the way a runner in a starting block does when she knows she's listening for the gun, not the crowd. Somewhere behind them, a phone pinged. Find my doing its little triumph. And the ring of stones rolled a white shoulder a half-inch toward the office as if to say we can go there too if you insist. Sasha was at my right shoulder. Still in the corrected pose, the clearing had stapled her into, elbows glued to ribs, fingers splayed, chin a mean notch too high. Her braid ticked against her neck in the breeze like a metronome that hated all of us. She didn't turn, couldn't, but her voice came clean on the out. "Count mine," she said. "Hook to Woods. Ignore the radio." The radio on the empty jacket at the edge of the ring answered with its little bottle ooh, happy to be invited. We moved as a unit. In, step, out, lock. I felt like a drill sergeant whose rifle had been replaced by an open palm and a bad plan. "Inside the stones," I said. "Toes just touch. Don't cross unless I tell you. Don't touch me unless I tell you. Don't say eh." The in cut me and my mouth shut on instinct older than pride. The nurse mom followed the rhythm like she had been doing bedside tasks to machines that breathe for people for 20 years. She kept her bag hugged to her hip the way you keep a baby and a chart. Sweatshirt mom needed the why. You could see it twitch under her words. She didn't ask. She obeyed first, like a good Midwestern atheist at a church funeral. The warden's chest slats flickered in the faster pattern it had forced on us. In, out, in, out. A hummingbird routine that made my pulse feel like it was wearing the wrong shoes. Its breath warmed the back of my right hand like a person. The smell did the Penny and Birch thing that my brain had filed under law. "Where is he?" a sweatshirt mom said on the out, and the end of the sentence hung like laundry because there was not a word you can add to the question "where is he" that fixes anything. "Inside voice," I said. "Smaller words, fewer, no names." She heard the capital N even if I didn't say it. People like her hear rules even when nobody is appointed to give them. We worked the lane to the office for 3 breaths, in, step, out, freeze, the ring pacing us. The headlights had burned themselves into the dark and then conceded to night. Crickets negotiated their schedule. The lake whispered its reed song to itself because the dock had decided to play even without us. On the out, nurse mom said, "What did you answer?" She meant the whistle. She meant childhood. She meant grief. She meant something she'd been trying to get a church or a book club to say out loud for a decade. "The door," I said. "We answered the door." She nodded like she had once too. We reached the seam toward the porch. The stones widened politely, as if to usher make sense adults to clipboards and light switches. The inn held long enough to change the shape of our patience. Dust floated like ash. A moth hung mid-zig. My right arm shook in the stupid small muscles. I ordered it not to. On the out, the nurse mom did the right thing wrong. She stepped on out, obedient, and corrected the little wobble in her ankle on out, reasonable. And the clearing sent a white-hot hum up my shin to inform her that Rule 4 gives no discounts to reason. She froze quick enough to avoid a punishment, but she knew now. We all knew. The game would rewrite your body to fit a diagram, and that diagram didn't care about intent. "Hold shape," I said. "If you fall, pose everything where it is and wait." She didn't say copy, but she wore the word. Sweatshirt mom's eyes had gone mean in the way that happens when a mother decides a thing will answer to her or to the police. She raised her chin to get a line of sight past me and Sasha and the warden and the truth. Her mouth opened on the in out of habit because mom's use names the way sailors use rope, and I hissed like a lifeguard learning triage. "Don't," I said. "Not the name." She made herself stop. That's the hardest part. I loved her for it. We took the last 2 steps into the office corridor the ring had kindly engineered, and the radio hiccuped a small ooh that matched my breath exactly for 1 beat, then went back to its own conscious rhythm. The exit sign's hum shifted up a hair. the red of it like blood watered down. Inside the room, the TV crouched on its cart like a bad dog waiting to be told it was a good one. The ledger on the desk looked shut and finished and immediately untrustworthy. "Phone," the nurse mom said on the out, because if Find My is going to make a noise, you might as well obey it. She slid the tote strap down now carefully and set the bag inside the stones with a respect you usually reserve for urns. She took out a phone with a cracked corner, thumbed, frowned. "It says he's here." The trees said here back, and it felt like we taught them the prepositions now. "Great. Add that to the ledger." I wanted to say don't look behind you. I didn't. She did anyway. The hat on the stone, the jacket with the radio, the nothing inside where a man had been corrected into a shape smaller than the world can keep track of. She didn't ask who. She didn't ask what. She asked how, on the out, because that's a nurse question, and the Woods tried the word on like a new sweater and decided to keep it. "We're ending the round," I said. "If I cover," and I couldn't say mine and I couldn't say it's because each answer broke a different future. "If I do it, the night ends. That's the offer." On the in, the offer landed again, courteous as a politician shaking hands. "End the night. Keep the memory. Hold." A phrase made of all our voices, all our worst words stitched smooth. It was here for them now, too. Sweatshirt mom lifted her chin higher, a strong woman trying not to cry in public. She trained her voice for the out without me telling her to. "Then do it," she said. "Please." The word please went around the room the way it always does, doing nothing and asking everything. The clearing wore it like a pin. I wanted to. I wanted to be done and good and right and 12 again, and not have to know that I had put my hand on anything except a canoe and a hot dog. I wanted to give these women a story you could say at a brunch. I wanted to lay my palm down and hammer the night shut. The inn took the want and made it a shape. The twig under my sternum pushed. The seam of cartilage lifted. The whistle in my throat tasted like the inside of a birch. For a second I could smell fresh-cut wood so clean I believed in drywall. Sasha's out saved me from my want. "Finish clean," she said. "Don't feed it with names." Which is how the worst thing happened. Sweatshirt mom, who had obeyed perfectly for 6 breaths, whose body had taken on the rhythm and the set of the rule because the rule is all any of us are ever really offered, leaned her head toward the clearing like a woman at the edge of a pool looking for a child's crown and whispered, instinct older than oxygen on the in. "D." She didn't finish his name. The trees did it for her. 6 trunks. 3 pitches. Her mouth syllable peeled back out of bark and leaf and the notch in the warden's block head as if the forest had been waiting decades to practice. "Drew," it came in her voice. Then in mine. Then in the ranger's radio with its little bottle uo tying a bow on it. The inhale didn't let go. Her body didn't move. It rearranged. Not smashed. Not snatched. Edited. Her chin ratcheted up 3 clicks until her throat showed more than any mother would want to show a dark place. Her elbows pinned, her fingers splayed to glass. Her knees drew 1.5 inches toward each other, the diagram of attention the clearing prefers to start with. Her eyes stayed herself. For the second it lasted, they stayed hers. The hold kept holding. The correction finished choosing her shape. The nurse mom hissed a wordless no through her teeth and froze with it behind them. I wanted to say silence after, the way the tape had taught, the one trick that stops an echo, but there was nothing left of after for me to give her. The breath hadn't flipped. Sweatshirt mom's pupils found me over Sasha's shoulder and over my hanging left hand and past my right palm hovering toward the warden's ribs. In that narrow space the clearing had left, with everything locked and her posture being retyped from the inside, she calibrated a last question into the muscles of her face. Is this you? Is this what we are doing? I spent the only thing I had. A single slow blink that means I'm sorry in every language that matters. The woods breathed in again, a fraction deeper, as if satisfied that it finally had a name to carry properly. And the correction took her. The radio on the jacket decided it didn't want to be small anymore. It hopped bands without moving, the way a smell hops rooms. 1 second it was our private soda bottle UO at the ring's edge. The next it was every AM station a car could cough up in northern Wisconsin. Talk radio broke into breath. Farm reports broke into breath. The Lutheran service broke into breath so neat the commas lined up. Down on the loop, both car dashboards flickered like people who have been told 2 different names for the same street. The nurse mom's sedan offered 530, 680, 820. The sweatshirt mom's CRV insisted on 910, then 1,000, then 1,210, landing always on the same whistle, tidy as a lifeguard call flattening a lake. The world took the hint. A dog on the road beyond the camp put one paw up to scratch its ear and held it there like a statue someone forgot to finish. Porch flags did a half snap and stopped. Somewhere a neighbor's sprinkler discovered it could have been a metronome all along. We didn't watch it happen. We felt it. The ring of stones learned it could delegate. Paint lines on the loop road brightened. White center dashes memorizing themselves into parentheses, then rolled into their lane, gentle as shoulders making room. Parking lot stripes in front of the office straightened and paced us like polite ushers. The ring stretched itself into a corridor that wasn't rock anymore, just rules, tied to anything white and straight the town had trusted to keep people from bumping. Through, Sasha said on the out, and the nurse mom echoed it without letting her mouth add a name. She had learned the alphabet we were teaching her. Move on the in, talk on the out, count the woods, ignore the radio unless it helps. We stepped down the porch like a unit that had drilled this. On the in we moved, on the out we locked. The plywood sign paced our right shoulder, pleased to be portable. The 5th line, cover its heart whole and hold, glinted like it had been repainted by air. By the time we hit the loop, the whistle was coming from everything that knew how to make sound. A yard sale speaker, a clock radio, a retired ham rig in a basement lined with state fair ribbons. The timing matched the woods because the woods had the teeth. The ring rolled ahead of us as dashed paint and curb cuts and the white stops of crosswalks. None of it was spooky in any useful way. It was efficient. What happens when? The nurse mom started on the out, then made her words shorter the way a smart person does under a new regime. Town. Sasha answered like an EMT calling a code. It makes a diamond. Baseball, I said, because that's always been the town's yes to summer. We took County H in breaths, the center dashes winking us forward. We passed the ranger's hat on a stone. The amber across the brim had set into a line like a bad signature. And both moms didn't say anything I'd have to carry. We passed the mess hall. The dining hall windows, gone, offered squares of nothing for the trees to practice speaking into. The ring carpooled with us, paint and curb and posts and fences. I tried not to look at the spot where Sweatshirt Mom had been edited. The clearing held her shape like a figure you cut out of a magazine and forget on the table. The correction had made something devout out of her bones. The inn took us onto blacktop, then gravel, then town. The out stacked a second longer than it needed to, just to make a point, and every porch along Cedar froze with it like the block had decided to play freeze tag without asking. A boy on a trike put one foot out for the next push and held. A cat halfway through the porch rail made a little question mark with its body and held. The plastic fish windsock in front of the VFW did a big O and held. When the inn let go, the town moved. Not a lot, just enough to show obedience. The baseball field sits behind the school in a bowl scraped out in '79 and never quite receded right. The chalk is mean and the bleachers are old and the lights are bigger than anybody needs. Every July, a quiet kid who loves math runs the scoreboard and a dentist in a visor grills hot dogs for free. The backstop fence hums when the lights come on. On good nights, mosquitoes hit the bulbs like rain. We got there in a dozen inhales. It had set itself. The chalk of the baselines, the arc at home, the thin circle at the mound had brightened so white it felt illegal. The ring had taken a shape it liked. Floodlights stood lit in pools, on off on, each bulb choosing the cadence we labored under. The scoreboard had stopped being cute. It showed no inning, no count, just 2 words in block green, hold/move blinking in time with the woods. The little banner that says "Go Hawks" flipped on the inn, a cheer it didn't mean. People arrived the way people always do, following sound, following text threads, following guilt. A guy in an orange hunting cap. A girl with a knee brace who still coaches t-ball. A counselor from 1997, 10 pounds older, hairline deciding no, wearing a shirt that said grin in letters the camp never printed. The woman whose handwriting lived in the ledger margin, asked Judith before running with children under 10, walked in as if the town had finally laid down something she couldn't ignore anymore. Judith, Sasha said on the out, and the woods tried the name on, careful like a church. Don't feed it, Judith said, and I knew it was her because the room inside my bones decided to trust the voice. Talk in verbs and numbers. Her face was the kind you remember from a front office window, good with forms, bad with nonsense. She didn't look at the plywood sign because she didn't need to. Her eyes ran the baselines, the backstop, the chalk circle. She nodded once. Fine, she said. It always loved a diamond. She turned to the growing crowd and made her sentences into planks you could walk on. Move on the in, freeze on the out, hands down, chin up 1 notch. If you speak, speak on the out. If you fall, hold the shape until in again. She spread her fingers once at her sides. People mirrored because people want to. No names, she said. Names are food. The warden stood on the mound like a photo. The rib box threw off heat like a banked grill. Slats spread and closed, making a cord from wrong widths. The notch in its head made it a priest whether it wanted to be or not. The town slid into the ring because the ring had made a place that looked like it belonged to them. Little kids between knees. Teenagers trying to be funny and failing. A mail carrier. The science teacher with the skip in her walk. The guy who sells bait. The general urge of a place that believes in raffle baskets and church basements and stepping up when the siren goes. We made a line of coaches along the edge. Sasha in her correction, chin high, elbows stapled. Me with an open right hand that had learned a new want. Judith with her school district voice. The nurse mom with a tote and the steadiest breath of anybody here. We took the first in together. The out dropped and the first corrections came. Not cruel, not yet. The posture edits the clearing prefers. Elbows pinned, fingers splayed to glass. chins notched one click too high, 1,000 tiny alignments, 1,000 little choices rewritten because uniform matters to a thing that eats rules. There is a sound a town makes when it obeys all at once. It's not silence, it's structure. It's folding chairs scraping and sneakers shaving dust and someone's laugh stopping without offense. It's we ran the round, in step, out lock, the floodlights domed us. The scoreboard blinked move hold. The backstop hummed in sympathy. The lake, half a mile off, whispered its reed song, picking up a lane all its own. The sheriff rolled up in time with the third hold. Blue bars throbbed against the bleachers. He stepped out and put both hands on his belt and then, to his credit, put both hands down because his body could figure out useless when it needed to. Two deputies came behind him, a little too wide-eyed. One began, "What's," and the woods took the rest like a tithe. Judith raised a palm. "Out only, honey," she said. The fire engine came a breath later, sirens' wails sawing the summer air into ribbons, then caught, like a hand had gripped the sound and held it at its highest vowel. The driver's mouth did the shape of what the "Only the woods are not a closed caption service, and you don't get subtitles here." The EMTs who stepped down had the shoulders of men who have practiced walking onto ball fields politely and quickly. They matched our steps in 3 inhales. Dogs ringed the outfield chain link, their owners testing leashes like nobody trusted anybody anymore. The dogs' tongues hung between teeth and held until the inn let them go, then they panted in time with everybody else. The town cat collective blinked slow, like cats do when they love you and when they need you to do better, both. We worked the circle. The warden's heat brushed our faces. The smell did pennies and birch and law. The offer came through the town's own mouths now, stitched phrases turned into a civic resolution. End the night. Keep the memory. Hold. It was patient. It was not kind. Judith put a hand 2 inches above her own chest on an out and lowered it 2 inches toward the mound on the next in. The old and new rules laid on top of each other like transparencies on the overhead in the school cafeteria. "Pick one," she said to me, not mean, not hard. "Pick and pay." My right palm hung a breath from the rib slats. My left hand hung stupid in air. The seam under my sternum pressed like a kid's forehead against a door. I had never wanted anything as badly as I wanted to put my hand down and have it be the right kind of ending. The in shortened. The out shortened. The game was speeding the way machines speed when you are paying for time. The town kept up. Choir kids counted under their breath. Wrestlers set their chins. The concession fan, switched on by nobody, took the in as a cue and spun, then stopped on the out so clean you could have filmed a commercial. That was when the county siren started. Every tower took breath and then sang. The first coil sounded like a warning. The second sounded like a plea. On the third, the sirens caught the hold, not by choice, and stayed there, a vowel drilled into the heat. The sheriff's radio spat a flurry of counties and mile markers, and then the whistle, clean as a bottle blown by a careful child. The deputies winced and kept their mouths shut. The EMT with the clipboard said, "Okay." On the out, and the woods tried the word on like a jacket and decided it fit. We reached a place in the circle where the chalk felt like a tightrope. The warden's chest slats widened an extra finger width on the in. The scoreboard blinked move in bigger letters and then hold in bigger still, as if the machine had learned how to shout. Across town, people not at the field had started freezing between seconds without knowing why. A woman at the gas pump held the handle down on the in and stopped on the out. The number on the pump ticked in little breaths. A cook in the diner flipped 3 pancakes at once on the in and landed them on the out. Perfect, then cried because it made no sense and made every sense. A teenager at the four-way paused with his turn signal on. It blinked in, dark out, a metronome that had gone to church and learned when to stand. The sirens kept singing. They were one long inhale now, a tone that would never be allowed to resolve if the game had its way. The whole county wore the sound like a belt. We took the next in. We took the next out. My palm ached with 1 inch from the warden's ribs. Sasha's correction made her a saint made of angles. Judith's voice cut into pieces anybody could hold. The nurse mom put a hand on a stranger's elbow exactly when the world said she could, and took it away exactly when it said not to. The last thing before the cliff was tiny. A moth hit a floodlight and held mid-flutter as if a painter had made a choice for it. 300 people waited with it without thinking they were doing the moth the dignity of company. Our town has always been good at that, even when nobody's watching. Then the sirens died mid-wail. No fade. A cut. The scoreboard blinked hold and didn't blink move again. The entire town took a single inhale and kept it. The game had found a way to teach everyone the rule at once. The town held one breath like a note you don't have the lungs for. Floodlights rimmed the diamond in bowls of white. The scoreboard sat on hold and refused to blink move again. Every siren in the county had cut to a vowel and then gone obediently silent, leaving a shape of sound behind, as if silence were a mold it had poured itself into. A boy on the infield kept his throwing arm cocked. The ball, a white planet, stalled in a private orbit. An EMT knelt with a bag open and a hand held exactly 2 inches above a stranger's shoulder, because 2 inches was what the world had allowed. We were 3 steps from the mound, from the rib box warmth, from the smell that meant rules. I was a fall away from finishing. Ridiculous that away is sometimes the length of an ankle tendon. The inhale had been held so long it wasn't a breath anymore. It was a place. I needed an out. Not a big one, a sliver, a micro exhale. The kind the tape never taught because you only get to learn it when the game stops pretending to be a game. The town would not get it. The town was a choir frozen on a high note, but machines leak, old bulbs flicker, radios tire. Somewhere something would let go for a syllable. 1 motion left, palm to ribs, hold. If the 5th line was a trap, let it be the trap we needed. My right hand hovered 1 inch from the slits. Heat pushed my knuckles, human heat, indecent. My left hand hung useless in the air like a broken sentence. The seam under my sternum pressed the way sap presses bark in sun. A familiar sweet thread in my throat told me I was still an instrument. Finish, Sasha said on the out that didn't exist for anyone but me. No sound rode it. Just the shape of her mouth and the math in her eyes. Her correction pose held her like a harness. She had sweat a little. The sweat cooled, then decided to stay. Judith stood at first base like the school year had taught her ways to count under any weather. She lifted her hand 2 inches above her chest on a ghost of an out, and then lowered 2 inches toward the mound on a ghost of an in, overlaying the old rule and the new, like transparencies on an overhead projector nobody had wheeled in for a decade. Pick and pay, her look said. The world didn't blink. It hadn't learned to blink. I waited with the patience that isn't noble. It's what you do when there are no verbs left. There, the concession fan. It had been left on by nobody. Its hum had been a life raft through July for 20 summers. Now, on the edge of my hearing, it sagged. Bearings complained, power hiccuped, and for a quarter second the blade coasted on air with no push. A micro out, I moved, half-inch, enough to feel the heat tighten its hand on my knuckles. Freeze again into the same stupidity you learn at 8 playing statue. Count the patient parts of my own mouth. The soft V under the tongue, the roof where the whistle rides, the place you forget to name. Another leak, the scoreboard. Whatever interned soul inside, it held the green letters steady, faded a hair as a transformer exhaled its boredom. Micro out. I slid my palm a thumb width closer. Sweat on my skin made a wet smack when air returned and my hand didn't hit wood. The radio on the jacket behind us, the jacket without the man, cooperated like a child playing along at the edge of a grown-up game. "Ooh," it said, a soft bubble of air that fattened and thinned every few heartbeats. The breath was tiny but true. I matched those bottle-outs and stole millimeters between varnish and bark. The twig under my sternum wanted to be born to this. I could feel it nudge, a polite insistence, like a child at your thigh asking to be picked up. I ignored it, the way you ignore a good dog that thinks you're done with dinner. My right foot knew about the dock, about cold water and rot and nails that had learned how to write their own stories in shin bone. It knew where I had not given it its due. It knew tonight I'd been borrowing. I set weight carefully into the knee. The ankle negotiated, and then, the mean little click that isn't a noise so much as a decision, it went. Not spectacular, not noble. Just gave. That soft betrayal where the joint says not today and you say we do not have a different today and the rule says then fall. Rule 4 sat on the sign in my head like a smug coach. If you fall, hold the whole pose until exhale. There was no exhale for the town. There were only leaks. I did the ugliest, bravest thing. I fell like a statue, arms where they were one forward, open, a prayer you don't teach. Left hand stupid in air, chin a jerk too high, knees unwilling. The ground moved the last inch to meet me and my chest found a rock the size of a potato exactly under the cartilage seam that had been flirting with birth. I did not correct. I did not cry out. I saw spots and decided they were just bugs that forgot the rules. The warden's heat poured over my fingers. I could feel the pull through the slits, the inhale that wanted to be a throat. It didn't want my breath, it wanted my obedience rendered as hand. Someone's voice tried to say my name. The woods would have kept it if the woods had the time. They didn't. Time itself had locked. I learned that's a thing that can happen. I waited and took the leaks. Fan glide, scoreboard sag, radio ooh. The faintest tremor of floodlights as one ballast admitted defeat and leaned on the others. The soft woof of a moth failing into a bulb and sliding off on its last little width of self. Each micro out was a coin, and I spent them like a man paying off a debt in handfuls of quarters. Step to counter, breath to breathe, 1 inch, another, exact. Pain became a measurement, not a thief. The ankle had moved from fire to animal. It had a shape and a voice, and I answered both with the oldest answers, no and later. 2 fingers from the ribs. 1. I smelled warm penny and white bark. The exact scent of a birch peeled fresh, the wet paper of it, the sweet wetness of sap that would be amber if given time. Time had taken the night off. I was borrowing. Micro out. Radio ooh. My palm kissed the air between us and heard the slits sing sweeter. Then the game did the mean thing. It offered mercy. A big exhale began, slow, honey-thick, rolling through the town like a concession. If I moved inside that, the rule would take note. It would count my step as because it let me, not because I stole it. The difference matters whenever law likes to keep score. I didn't take the mercy. I waited and I stole. fan glide, scoreboard sag, radio ooh. The weight of my own arm pulling on a shoulder that had never felt like a pulley before. The chalk under my knuckles gritty enough to make a sound. My hand shook the way a hand shakes when it holds a heavy thing out for too long. I ordered it not to be loyal to shaking. I ordered it to be loyal to staying. Somewhere a floodlight popped a bubble of glass peel. Micro out, I moved a half-inch, enough to commit. My hand met wood, not bark, cut wood, sanded wrong, slats with mouths, the seam of a heart hole not perfectly cut, an ellipse, not a circle, because nothing built by a person who is afraid they are doing something unforgivable can quite please itself. My palm covered it. Warmth met my lifeline. The breath under my sternum pushed back eager. And for a second I believed in two chests pressed together in the dark, that old human lie that this is what rooms are for. "Hold," Sasha said, voiceless, mouth a shape, eyes a ledger entry. She had learned the only word the world wanted. I held. The rib box inhaled and found itself without the thing it needed. The note warped, not up, not down, wrong. The wood under my palm thrummed, then stilled. Like a guitar string you're muting on purpose. Sap slicked my skin, warm as blood and not blood. Somewhere in my chest the twig that wanted birth pushed once, then settled like even it had been taught manners. The breath stopped. No whistle, no ooh, no lake through reeds, no backstop hum sung back. The radio on the jacket went dutifully quiet like a kid who saw the principal and remembered how to be. Silence did not land like mercy. It landed like a bill. The world did not stop. The big systems came back first. Sirens surged into their cut note, then tumbled down their ramps like someone had knocked the legs out from under them. Floodlights hiccuped, then glared. The concession fan found its life and committed to it. A baby cried because babies always know before anyone else. Bodies moved. The boy's arm on the infield finished its throw. The ball took back its orbit and found a glove with a thwack the town will talk about badly for years. The EMT's 2 inches became touch. The sheriff barked a syllable that would never make sense in the retell. The choir kids swallowed and sang the wrong notes on purpose because nobody told them not to. The town exhaled, not together but in the sloppy, human, breathtaking way. 100 little outs. I did not. Rule 5 had given me an ending and then taken its hand off the page. I had my palm on the warden's heart hole and discovered what the later memo meant when it said night end. The game had ended the round where it mattered to everyone else. I was still in it. "Illy," someone said, allowed to be a person again, Judith or the nurse mom or the town, which sometimes sounds like one woman. The woods didn't keep it. The woods were busy being forest again. "Hold," Sasha repeated, with voice this time. A gift, an after to put words in. My palm burned. Heat came up through wood like a breath that had nowhere to go but me. The seam under my sternum pressed back lightly, a polite child's head under a hand. The urge to close fingers, to grip, rode up my arm like a bad idea finding a spine. If I let go too soon, maybe all of this resumed. If I held too long, maybe the town would finish without me in a way my ledger had already suggested. The mothers found me in the returning noise. One corrected into a pose she didn't choose, the other uncorrected and learning posture by grief. The nurse mom put 2 fingers on my shoulder, the exact weight the world allowed without pulling me from the page. Sweatshirt mom's eyes moved inside her face, though the rest of her didn't, pupils like targets over my ear. "Hey," the nurse mom said softly, under the lights like stage, under the heat like law. inside an out-breath that was a human gift this time and not a rule. "Hey, don't move." I laughed a little because I had learned the punchline 20 summers ago, and tonight we never did. That was the trick, that was the game. We only ever moved on the breath that wasn't ours. Under my palm, the warden's chest stayed stopped. No draw, no slat shift, no chord. The note I had been living inside finally ended and refused to loop. The county got its sound back. Radios jangled names with last initials. Gurneys squeaked. Someone shouted for cones. The floodlights hummed pure. The woods got their bugs back and their birds, and the lake did its lake thing reluctantly, like a person waking from a good nap who knows there's work to do. I stayed with my hand on a cut in made wood, arm shaking with the effort of making night true for other people. A voice with a clipboard's authority said, "On 3, as if there had ever been a number that could help. Sasha held beside me in her learned pose, angles making a saint, eyes full of ledger lines and choice. Judith counted breaths like attendants. The sheriff took his hat off because even men who argue with rules know when law is a holy problem. The nurse mom didn't take her fingers off my shoulder. One breath passed. Another. The handprint under my palm felt like it wanted to be printed in me. Then something shifted that wasn't wood and wasn't air. Not much. Just a weight changing its mind. The world stacked in on itself, a coin's width to make room for a trick slate. Under my hand, a surface went from warm to neutral in a swallow. The smell of penny backed down to electric dust. The sweet of sap stepped away like someone closed a door in a candy store. I felt a grain that wasn't birch under my fingers. I felt a seam that wasn't carpentry's idea of a heart. I looked. My palm was on a telephone pole, creosote slick, saw marks still visible under old staples and lost notices. The ellipse-eyed palm was an inspection plate shadow where a lineman had chalked a number a summer I didn't attend. On the mound, there was nothing. The breath had stopped. The world had not. And I was still holding. I was still holding when the world remembered how to be loud. Under my palm, not ribs, not slats, telephone pole, creosote slick, old staple shadows where garage sales and funerals had been announced and forgotten. An inspection plate oval I had mistaken for the heart hole because the night wanted me to. The breath had stopped. The night had ended. I took my hand away like it was glued with honey. The heat that had been there retreated to neutral. The penny sap smell stepped back to dust and old bulbs. The scoreboard blinked dumb, then dead. Floodlights hummed a domestic pitch. Sirens downshifted from vowel to procedures. Noise returned in pieces. A kid's cry. Someone laughing because that's what the body does when it runs out of other verbs. The thwack of a ball arriving late to a glove. An EMT's zipper. Judith's voice cutting the field into blocks people could stand in. Sasha stayed fixed in the pose the clearing had stapled her into, elbows pinned, fingers splayed, chin notched a degree too proud. But the pressure on her bones felt like habit now, not law. She could choose to hold it. She could choose to stop. "Say it," Judith told me, voice low enough to fit in the new air. For the echoes. She meant the TV lesson. Silence after. "Silence," I said. The trees didn't send it back. The radio on the jacket, still on the stone where a man had been, took one last tiny bottle ooh, then clicked to shy. Across the infield, the one we'd called Sweatshirt Mom stood in the correction the night had typed into her, chin high, elbows stapled, fingers glass. But now there was out to spend. The hold had flipped back to something human. I walked to her with my bad ankle complaining in its new voice. The nurse mom took her place opposite me like a person who has practiced catching collapsing things in hospitals. The town made room by staying still. It's the one choreography we know by heart. Count mine. I told Sasha out of habit, and she did because her breath had learned a metronome nobody else could hear. We made a little round of our own. In, set, out, say. Old rule. I lifted my hand 2 inches above my own chest. Cover yours to end the round. Her eyes were working inside the pose, pupils tracking like birds. I put my palm to her sternum on an out and said the only word the whole world respected now. Hold. Heat met my hand, not the warden's this time, her. A small, stubborn warmth that had nothing to do with Birch or pennies. You forget bodies are instruments until you have to tune one. On the next in, I kept my hand there. On the next out, I lifted it away. The correction didn't snap off. It unwrote. Elbows softened first, then fingers uncurled like cautious animals. Then her chin lowered a click that belonged to her and nobody else. The last piece was the knees, an 1.5 inches apart, returning to whatever apart feels like when you own your stance. She didn't fall because the nurse mom had hands where the world said hands could be. Sweatshirt mom's first breath as a person was ugly and beautiful in a way no choir will ever sing correctly. It made a noise I will be grateful for my entire life. She looked at me, searching for one verb she could carry out without feeding the trees. I shook my head once because names had eaten enough of us. She nodded once because a rule obeyed together sounds like love if you squint. Again, Judith said beside us, eyeing Sasha's angles. Please, Sasha said, and the word did not stick anywhere it shouldn't. It landed in daylight like it had paid for the seat. I put my palm to Sasha's chest, careful around the pose, careful around what the pose had been teaching her. Her eyes didn't leave mine, they counted for me. On out I pressed gentle, on in I held. On the next out I lifted away and watched the night's geometry let go. Her elbows stayed near her ribs, habit not law. Her chin dropped the degree the clearing had insisted on. One bead of sweat lost its job and slid. It will come back, she said. In pieces, in places. I know, I said, and the worst part was that I did. The field began to reorganize itself into town. Deputies unlearned a minute of being statues. Kids got brave and stupid in exactly the right proportions again. Coaches found clipboards the way men do when the world gives them nothing else to hold. The sheriff set his hat back on his head and looked at the pole under my palm like it owed him a confession. Don't put tape on it, Judith told him. They're not going to believe the tape. He bristled by reflex. Let it go. He would remember later that he had argued and be grateful to have lost. We walked the lane back to the office because there is always paperwork, even in stories that don't deserve it. The stones hadn't bothered to resume their positions. The white lines on the loop and the parking stripes had learned how to be ring well enough, and it's rude to scold an eager student. The office smelled like rubber bands and dry erase and the sweat you only make when you tell 10 parents a thing the town will not forgive you for later. The ledger sat shut. It didn't open dramatic. It waited. Sasha slid it toward me with a knuckle. If it's a survivor's book, she said, it shouldn't have your name under correction without asking. I flipped to tonight. The entry beside my name had dried already. Illy R.C. The neat hand had added a new, smaller letter under it, K. Not a grade, a job. Keeper, Judith said softly. There has to be one or it goes looking for everyone. We learned that in '84 and pretended we didn't. What does a keeper actually keep? I asked. It came out less angry than I expected. Maybe the anger had been burned in the field. Memory, Judith said. The breath knows how, people don't. I wanted to argue that a county siren had carried the rule just fine. She gave me a look that said broadcasting isn't remembering. There are different charges on the bill. The ledger had a pocket pasted to the inside back cover, 2 slips in it. One typed, browned at the edges, changes to Rule 5 counselors must demonstrate. Keep both sentences on hand. The second folded small, written in school secretary script. If you cover yours, you end the round. If you cover its, you end the night. You can't do both without paying. What's the price? I said because I was already paying and wanted to be insulted properly. Judith tilted her chin at my chest. The seam under my sternum had cooled to bearable, but the shape of it remained, a tidy oval my fingers found without deciding to. When the concession fan out in the hall cycled, the whistle in my mouth wanted to answer, and it took a moment's discipline not to let it. It doesn't take your life, she said. It takes your timing. You'll hear it, Sasha said, in machines, in lines, in white paint, in anything that thinks it's a ring when it's bored. You'll teach people to keep their words on the right side of a flip. You'll keep the sign honest. The plywood sign leaned against the file cabinet like a lazy student who'd gotten a second diploma. The 5th line shone new. The hyphen looked painted an hour ago because it was. I found a Sharpie in the cup and on the out added a line the board had earned, and we had earned it. If you cover yours, or the round ends. If you cover it's, the night ends. Ask for silence after. Judith didn't stop me. She set the tape back on the cart herself, the Orig label sitting on top of the do not duplicate like a bruise that had decided to be a freckle instead. Somebody's going to try to fix that, she said. Again. Then fix it better, Sasha said. Strong verbs, fewer lies. The nurse mom had her tote back on her shoulder, the way people pick up lives they didn't ask for. Sweatshirt mom stood with her hands clasped at her belly like a person in the receiving line at a visitation, and I hated how right that posture felt in this room. I'm sorry, she said to nobody and to me and to a field. The apology didn't stick anywhere it wasn't wanted. It landed inside the ledger like a feather and sat there. Don't apologize for wanting, I said. We answered a door. She nodded. We all did. Midwestern theology. Outside, the lake had decided to be a lake again. The dock remembered rot and give on their own schedule. The ring of stones, real ones, had drifted back toward the clearing, not quite where they started. A pebble had rolled itself against the ranger's hat brim like it was trying to be kind. On our way out, I took the jacket from the stone. The radio was quiet. I unclipped it and set it in the drawer where the ledger's pens lived, because if you're going to keep a memory, you might as well keep the toy that thinks it's a mouth. The hat I didn't touch. You don't fix everything in one shift. We walked the loop once more just to prove the white lines could mind their own business. They did, for now. A telephone pole at the corner hummed with normal electricity. When the wind hit the wires just wrong, a soda bottle ooh-oh flirted and died. My chest wanted to answer. I told it to shut up like you tell a good dog to stay. At the gravel, Sasha finally lowered her chin the rest of the way. It was the smallest rebellion of the entire night. It felt enormous. Go home, Judith told everyone within earshot, which was everyone. Drink water, say nothing if you can't say it on the out. The town will make up a story in the morning. Let it. Come back tomorrow with paint. To do what? I asked. She looked at the sign. To make room for the truth and for the lie. She shrugged. Practical. We keep both now. We loaded into cars like people who had learned how to buckle inside a new physics. The nurse mom squeezed my shoulder the amount a world allows. Sweatshirt mom looked at my mouth the way a person looks at a clock they don't trust. Sasha clicked her seat belt on the in and laughed once at herself when she realized it. I waited by my car door a moment longer, looking down the road at the telephone poles, the way they lined themselves like stitched commas into a paragraph we'd always ignored. The wires made no promise. That was the promise. Keeper, Sasha said from the driver's side, trying the word without cruelty. I'll put it on LinkedIn, I said, and the joke landed wrong and right in equal measure. We drove. The white dashes on the center line behaved. The painted crosswalk by the post office didn't try to shuffle itself into a ring. The breath in the car was ours. At my porch, the HVAC coughed to life, and I felt the urge in my mouth to match it. I didn't. I counted 3 and 4 and 5 and told the part of me that had learned the wrong metronome to wait for work hours. Inside, I wrote a line on the back of an envelope because paper is cheap religion and sometimes it works. Daylight rule: if the system inhales, you teach. When it exhales, you hold. Don't spend names. Fix hyphens. In the bathroom mirror, I lifted my shirt and found the oval under my sternum with my fingers. It wasn't a wound. It was a place. A new pocket where breath could sit if invited. It would make itself useful. It would make itself necessary. That's what tools do after they move in. Outside, somewhere, a neighbor's sprinkler ticked. In, out, a rhythm that means grass. I let it be grass. I brushed my teeth on the out because it felt like good manners. We'd ended a night. We'd kept a memory. The bill didn't itemize itself, but I knew where to go if I wanted numbers: the office, the ledger, the sign. I left the window cracked. I slept in pieces, breathing to a metronome I didn't ask for and would never turn off. Morning didn't fix anything, it just changed the wattage. I woke to my HVAC taking an obedient in and felt every small part of me wanting to match it. Daylight makes bad ideas look like chores. I made coffee on the out because apparently that's how I measure manners now. By 9, the group text had turned into a spreadsheet in people's mouths. Judith set a meet time without asking for permission nobody owned. Bring paint, she wrote, and water, and verbs. We met at the camp like people meet to fix a roof after hail. The loop had that hungover, quiet roads get the morning after a plow. The stones had drifted most of the way home, not quite where they started, like a dog that wants to pretend it knows where the couch lies. The ranger's hat still sat on the rock. The line of amber had gone hard, a candy someone refused to lick. Sasha had a tool bucket and a posture that looked like sleep couldn't change what the night taught her bones. Sweatshirt mom. Her name was Janet, but I didn't put it into the world. Came with a sleeve of cheap brushes like she'd been nominated for art against her will. The nurse mom had snacks that fit into mouths when nobody wanted anything. Judith arrived with a roll of masking tape and a look that could paper a hallway with rules without writing a word. We set the plywood sign on sawhorses in the office. It was ugly in daylight, swollen edges, old stapled corners, brush marks that made me think of somebody's kid staying late because the counselor had asked. The 5th line shone too black. My hyphens from last night looked honest and a little drunk. Strong lines, Judith said, laying tape like she was telling a copier where to stop lying. If the letter forms are clean, the rule behaves better. She said it like she'd learned it the hard way on a Thursday nobody else remembered. Same with the handout. "What handout?" I asked, and she slid a stack from her tote, half sheets printed with a new header, Birch whistle aftercare card. Under it the sentences we'd earned. Move on the inhale, freeze on the exhale. Don't speak on the inhale, not even a whisper. Ask for silence after. Stay inside the ring, rock, paint, posts, lines. If you fall, hold your pose until the next inhale. Cover yours to end a round. Cover its to end a night. Pick and pay. At the bottom, do not feed names. And a line that made my throat do that old trick where it decides to be a new instrument, keeper on duty. Lose the last line, I said. Judith shook her head. You can't be secret and effective. Pick which you want. She looked at me like she'd watched men try to be both before, and the ledger had made the difference academic. We taped, we stenciled, we painted the letters flat and square so the world could lean on them. We fixed the hyphen in heart whole, not because it mattered to a dictionary, but because the night likes seams that have names. We added the footer Sasha had written on a napkin, silence after. It looked like something a pastor would put at the bottom of a bulletin, and I hated that it worked. By lunch, the sign had dried into a promise with brush hairs in it. We carried it back to the clearing like pallbearers who weren't sure where to set a body down. The ring watched without moving. The dip felt like a room after the furniture has been taken out for a wedding nobody decided about. I put the sign back in its posts on the out because I didn't know who else should, and because sometimes ownership is just the hand you use. Inventory, Judith said, turning in a slow circle. She meant where the rings might walk next. We spent the afternoon learning where daylight hides circles. It isn't just stones. Paint is a ring, parking stripes, playground foursquare, the chalked D on a softball field, the white lane on a two-lane, the frosted oval where a lunch lady stacks cups, the backstop halo, the little ghost circle under a candle on a church basement table. White likes to play usher. We found out at the grocery store. It started in frozen foods. Someone stood 3 steps inside the white tiles that make a little stage in front of the slide door freezers, and the hum in the compressors synced with the woods nobody could hear. A mother, no, not a mother, a woman who could be any, and a kid under 6 buying popsicles got taught the rule in one breath. The kid giggled because kids love rules they don't understand yet. The woman tried to say honey on the in, and the tiles decided they were a ring. I stepped in with a hand out and a voice small enough to fit in fluorescent air. Move on the in, freeze on the out, hands down, chin up 1 notch. No names. I felt insane saying it next to a pallet of Eggo waffles and did it anyway. When the out arrived, I palmed the kid's sternum because children are easier to tune than machines. Hold. He held. The mother's elbows pinched a degree and then softened because she was the kind of person who can learn from someone else's correction. We made a tiny round out of a breakfast aisle and left it cleaner than we found it. At the post office, a Q rope tried to act like a ring. Judith put cones on either side like she was telling a dog bed it wasn't a door. At the elementary school, the 4-square court whitened itself like a guilty kid adding teeth to a smile. Sasha took a piece of chalk and popped one corner open with a line. Seams, she said. It likes seams. The county painter pulled up to stripe downtown for homecoming, and my whole chest tried to argue with his machine. The sprayer coughed white into clean rectangles. The world liked the rectangles in the wrong way. The man had headphones on, his breath synced to his own song, safe by accident until accident stops. Hold up, I said, and he half took his earmuff off. Permits for noon, he said. I run this route on Thursdays. Run water first, I said. Make a break. I pointed where the lane paint would want to roll a seam into a ring. He laughed in the way men do when they recognize they're being asked for superstition in public. You want me to miss the street, he said. Please, I said, so your white doesn't remember itself. He didn't like the sentence. He liked the word please. He did it. It worked. The paint had texture now. The ring couldn't get traction. He would tell this story badly later, and that'd be fine. Bad stories sometimes hold. By evening, the sign was back and the ledger sat where it likes to sit, and the ranger's hat still didn't have a name. We held a town in a gym like towns do. Chairs in rows. Mic that feeds back exactly once. Coffee in urns. The aftercare card went down aisles in hands that still smelled like brake dust and bread and sanitizer. Rule of mouth, Judith said into a mic that didn't deserve her. Say it clean, teach it like a fire drill, do not whisper in rooms that breathe. She made eye contact with teenagers because their mouths make weather. White paint behaves if you make seams. Cones help, chalk helps, tape helps. What about the field? Somebody asked the band director, the hat in his hand like a survival tactic. We've got homecoming Friday, the lines. We'll do what lines do. Judith said, make your breaks, teach your verbs, keep your names. She pointed at me without looking. Keeper, walk the perimeter, twice. I wanted to say no. I wanted to say give it to someone who didn't almost die at third base. I said the lie that helps. Copy. We ended by reading the sign together. Bad, corny, necessary. So that when the night decided to integrate with the county again, it would find choruses already in muscle memory. The words came out of mouths like pledge and recipe both. People laughed at themselves for how serious they sounded, and then got serious about that too. After the meeting, Janet stood beside me and watched people fold chairs in time with nothing. The correction had left her posture with only a shadow. She put a hand to her chest without touching. Is this going to be my shape forever? She asked. No, I said, and yes. I showed her the 2 inches, my hand above my sternum, then 2 inches toward whatever needed it. Use this when something wants your breath. She nodded, grief visible like weather in her face, then put 2 bottles of water on the stage because doing helps. That night the town slept like animals after a storm, in piles with one ear open. Mine was tuned to machines. The refrigerator made a small sigh and some part of me sat up. The sprinkler coughed and the instrument under my tongue prepared itself like a horn in a case. I said later to my own mouth and waited for it to behave. The next morning, we did rounds. We walked the track behind the school because white lanes are invitations. Sasha carried chalk like a priest carries oil. Judith had cones. I had a coil of blue tape and the sense of a man who has learned to look for circles even where children have not drawn them yet. Halfway through lane 4, the chatter in the stadium lights ordered my chest to hold. It felt like a micro-win from a thing that had decided to practice. We cut a seam. We asked for silence after. We moved on the out. It let go. School day birds resumed commentary. At the thrift store, a volunteer arranged hula hoops in a charming bin, and the hoops thought ring about it. I bought 2 and put a cone through the third, and the volunteer made a face that made me like her for having standards. Art installation, I said, and she liked that better. At the funeral home, we found velvet ropes making a lane people would walk tomorrow morning for a visitation nobody could cancel. I showed the director the aftercare card, and he surprised me by showing me a small stack of his own. We already have a drawer for what people aren't allowed to say, he said. Put your card next to those. The fair board called at 3. The Ferris wheel had arrived early. The wheel in my mouth wanted to play. My spine did that cold muscle thing it does when a noun comes into the room that you didn't want to meet yet. "Tomorrow morning," Judith said when I told her, phone to ear, window open so the town's breath could hear it was being observed. "We'll go. You'll count. We'll make seams with ribbon. We'll teach the ride boss he's a counselor now." "I'm not," I started, and she cut me off kindly. "You are," she said. "It picked you. We're just making it look like you picked it back." We met that evening one more time at the clearing because it felt wrong to end a day without saying something where the worst thing had taught us manners. The sign's paint had set. The fifth line looked steadier. The footer, silence after. Read like a dare and like a recipe depending on the light. I took the jacket from the stone and set it on the office chair. The radio lay in the drawer, quiet as kitchen silver. The hat stayed where it was. I was starting to understand what a keeper actually keeps, not just how, but where. Sasha ran a hand along the edge of the sign without touching paint. "We're going to have to run it sometimes," she said, looking at me like she wasn't asking and wasn't threatening, just saying a weather. "On purpose. Controlled, or it'll find its own lapse. Rules want practice." "Like burning fields," I said, thinking of prairie restoration, of controlled burns that keep the big fires from deciding yes all at once. "Like giving it something so it doesn't take everything." Judith didn't blink. "Quarterly," she said. "After dusk. Ropes, cones, paint, kids who can listen, adults who can count. A round, not a night." She looked at the ledger on the desk and the ledger looked back. "You lead it, we sign, we pretend it's camp." "What happens when I'm not there?" I said, because I wanted the answer and because I already knew it. "Then somebody does a bad impression," she said. "Until a new person the wood likes better shows up." A breeze came down the path from the lake and made the birch leaves shiver like gossip. I listened to see if the trees were practicing our mouths again. They stayed trees. You can love a world for that. We left the clearing clean. We left Drew where the ledger said he'd be. See without ornament. My hand on his name without saying it on air. We left the ranger in the hat I did not fix. We left a slice of our night in a rectangle of paint that we hoped would be honest the next time it mattered. That night I dreamed in rings, Safeway aisles, softball arcs, wedding dance floors taped with glow gaffer so uncles can find the steps, vinyl trampoline circles that want to be rules, chalk lines on a driveway begging to become lanes, hoses coiled into cages, paper plates stacked into altars, the county scene from above like a diagram a child made with a compass and thought they'd invented geometry. I woke to my HVAC taking a polite in. The metronome under my tongue lifted its baton. I told it later. It nodded in the way metronomes do, not compliance, just acknowledgement. On my porch the morning had a school smell, pencils, diesel, grass. Homecoming would tape the town into neat lanes by Friday. Marching band breath would make a grid on the air. The Ferris wheel would roll its circle into place and decide whether it liked the roll we'd given it. I wrote a note for myself on the back of the aftercare card and stuck it on my fridge with a magnet that used to hold a pizza coupon. Keeper's rounds Friday. Track seems chalk. Ferris wheel ribbon red plus blue. End zone breaks cone pairs. Pause silence after script Judith. Band cadence, outbeats only. Teach coaches the 2 inches. Paint hyphens, fix hyphens, protect hyphens. The list looked ridiculous and true, most good lists do. At 10, Sasha texted a photo. 2 cones linked with caution tape across the 4-square court. Kids' shoes lined up obedient at the edge. A teacher kneeling to show chin up one notch with 2 fingers and a smile that said, "I don't believe in this and I will do this exactly right." Under it, she wrote, "We're going to make it behave." I believed her for a whole breath that belonged only to me. Then my refrigerator sighed and the part of my mouth that had become a tool reached for it, eager and ready. I said later again, and for once, the world agreed. Homecoming Friday learned to stand still when told. By noon, the town had taped itself into lanes like a parade diagram. The PA checked its S's. The marching band did that thing bands do where they count with their feet even when they pretend they don't. The Ferris wheel raised its ribs over the blacktop like a cathedral the county could afford. My fridge list rode my pocket. Track seams chalk. Ferris wheel ribbon red plus blue. End zone breaks cone pairs. Pause silence after script Judith. Band cadence, outbeats only. Teach coaches the 2 inches. Paint hyphens, fix hyphens, protect hyphens. Judith handed me a roll of surveyor's ribbon and a look that meant not are you but you are. Sasha arrived with chalk dust already on her palms and that slight set to her shoulders the correction had taught and daylight had decided to let her keep. Order of operations, Judith said, walking without waiting to see if we would follow. Wheel, field, band, paw, fences. If the wheel behaves, everything else will pretend to. The wheel wanted to be a mouth. Up close, the metal was friendlier than it deserved. Painted bright, bolts that looked like candy, a ride boss with a tan line for sunglasses. The empty gondolas ticked and swayed like the breath of a giant who had decided to nap in public. When the generator coughed, my chest tried to answer. I told it the new word later. "Ride boss," Judith said in her front office voice, which is the same as a pastor's when it's good. "You're a counselor now." He laughed and then saw we weren't. The humor left his mouth, the hinge stayed. "Counts on in," I said. "Stops on out. If anybody speaks, they do it on out. If somebody falls," I pointed at the platform line we'd chalked into a lane, "they hold the whole picture until in. Names are food." "Names are food," he repeated, skeptical, the way a man repeats a recipe he never plans to cook. Sasha laced ribbon through the spokes until the wheel had seams, red, blue, so there was no full ring anywhere a breath could take. She tied the last knot like you tie a bow on a present you're not sure the recipient should open. We ran the wheel cold first. In 1/4 turn, out lock. The seams broke the ring the way a good scar stops a bad memory from reopening. The ride boss matched us. Hand on the brake, breath learning a metronome he didn't ask for. A kid too young for cynicism, perfect age for awe, watched with his soda balanced on the rail and whispered a name on the in. Nothing corrected him because the seams took the word and let it die without bouncing. Judith flicked him a look like a teacher and a blessing. He understood both. "Good," she told the wheel as if metal takes praise the way people do. "Alive with brakes is safer than dead with rings." Next, the field. The end zones had been painted that morning, bright as lies. We cut the whites with cone pairs, tape across each break like stitches, gap paint, so no end zone could remember itself as a ring. We marked a seam across the 50 with chalk. We set 2 cones on the home hash marks like a polite no. The scoreboard blinked home/guess like it wanted to be helpful and had no idea how to be. Band next. Cadence only on outs. I told the drum captain, 18, jaw set to leader, sticks impatient. When the announcer says silence after, you count 2 and close your hands. No names, no student of the week, no birthdays, no shout-outs, no go Hawks until the after lands. "You want dead air before kickoff," he said, affronted like I'd asked him to play salsa in minor. I want air that knows who owns it, Sasha said, and the kid, because he was smart, pretended he'd thought of that and nodded like a man taking credit responsibly. PA booth next. Judith put a script in front of the announcer, a dentist with a voice people trust to tell them when to spit. She'd written it in thick black with the hyphens fixed like fences. Move on the inhale, freeze on the exhale. Don't speak on the inhale, not even a whisper. Ask for silence after. If you fall, hold your pose until inhale. Cover yours to end a round, cover its to end a night. Do not feed names. Read the footer when I finger the glass, she said. No ad-libs, strong verbs, fewer lies. I used to do radio, he said, which is not the same thing and exactly the same thing. We walked the fences. Chain link hums when it wants to be a choir. We hung ribbons as brakes and tied every fifth post to itself with tape so the links remembered they were grid, not circle. A kid with a t-shirt cannon asked if he should shoot on in or out. Out, I said, and aim for the air, not the people. He thought I was kidding. I wasn't. By dusk the place was dressed for a ritual it would pretend was football. People came in lines and found seats in blocks, and the sound the crowd makes when it sees itself happened as planned. The Ferris wheel lit its bulbs and did its quarter turns like a machine that had learned to worship a little. The ride boss kept his palm on the brake like it was his first summer and he wanted to be asked back. The offer never said itself aloud, but the air knew it. End the night. Keep the memory. Hold. We'd taken the bargain once. Tonight we were daring the round to be enough. We ran the drill before kickoff. Judith stepped to midfield with the mic and said the words like a civic pledge. Move on the in. Freeze on the out. Don't speak on the in, not even a whisper. Ask for silence after. The crowd repeated it badly and then better. The band captain counted 3 outs with his sticks and closed his hands on the 4th like he was pinching a candle and not burning himself. We walked the 2 inches, hand above chest, then hand toward the sign at the south gate where the footer waited like a psalm. Keeper, Judith said. I stepped into the white I had ruined with seams. I didn't bring the warden into this. We weren't that reckless. We used the sign, we used breath. We used a town that had decided to pretend it was a single body. 3 inhales, 3 steps. The field learned to hold like a choir learning where the rest sits. My chest seemed warmed in that eager way and I told it later and it listened because we were doing a thing for it. On the 4th in, I laid my palm on my own sternum, cover yours, and held for a clean 7 like the Orig tape had taught. My palm felt my heartbeat. My heartbeat felt like a drum that had decided yes. On the next out, I lifted my hand and the crowd exhaled and nothing in the world took it. Round ended. Night stayed. Applause started and stuttered because clapping on the in looks stupid now. People figured it out. 3 honest outs, then noise. We kicked off. Nothing corrected the boy who tripped at the 40 because he held his fall like a statue and got up on the next in with grass in his mouth and dignity on loan. Nothing corrected the band mom who almost said a last name and turned it into Buddy fast enough to cheat the trees. The Ferris wheel did its quarter turns, and a toddler pointed with a finger like a metronome. The concession fan took a breath, and I didn't. At halftime, the t-shirt cannon guy raised his barrel on the out and fired on the out, and he looked at me like a man who'd done something hard and been seen. The cheerleaders spelled Hawks without vowels. It looked silly and kept us alive. Then the thing happened that you don't plan for because you are tired and the world likes to remind you you're not clever. 3rd quarter. 3rd and 6. Student section loud enough to tilt a county. A girl at the rail, ponytail, face paint, the kind of belief you only get sophomore year, held her phone up to film the drive. On screen, the circle every app loves, spinning, loading, polite as a mouth. Her thumb tried to tap it away on the in. The circle is an usher. She said the quarterback's name because that is what games do to names. The ring in her hand answered first. Her elbows pinned, her fingers splayed to glass, her chin notched. The correction used a screen like a mirror. I was already moving in, step, out. Lock, Sasha at my shoulder, Judith at my voice. Eyes, Sasha said to the girl, and the girl found me like kids do when someone finally sounds like a rule they can love. PA dentist did not wait for Judith's finger on the glass. He read the footer with his good radio voice. Silence after. The student section obeyed like a choir. The circle on the phone spun, eager, stupid. And then the app crashed because reception here is a kind of grace. The correction unwrote itself. Hands softened, chin lowered. The girl started to cry in the exact way you cry when you almost fell in front of everyone and didn't. Phones go in pockets on in, Judith said into the mic with a humor she didn't feel. That includes you, Coach. Coach tucked his in like a boy, and the student section laughed, and we were a town again for a second that had nothing to do with breath. We closed the night like you close a service you don't want to name. The band played on outs. The announcer read the footer once with his hand against the glass the way you pray when you don't mean to. The Ferris wheel took a last quarter and decided to sleep. The county did not sing. It didn't need to. We had given it a round and it had taken the hint. After, people shook my hand on outs and put their hands down when the in arrived, and I learned a new annoyance. How many men think they are allowed to keep shaking on ins if they never learn to be corrected? Judith fixed them with a look that sent their hands home. Janet, I keep her name off air. I keep it here so I don't forget the shape of it, found me by the visitor bleachers. Her posture had her again. She held an aftercare card like a church program and tapped the footer twice with 2 fingers, polite and devout and angry. Does this stop? She asked. Yes, I lied, and it was only a lie if you insist on short calendars. We burned it clean tonight, Sasha said, which sounded like agriculture and felt like prayer. Trolled. Next time, Janet said. Quarterly, Judith answered. After dusk, with cones and verbs, we don't let it choose. Janet nodded. She took a breath, hers, and gave it back on purpose. I loved her for doing the math in public. We walked the parking lot like people who had decided to live in a town on purpose. The white lines behaved. The chain links minded their grids. The scoreboard forgot us in the way machines do when you stop feeding them attention. The Ferris wheel creaked once and then remembered who was on break. Back at camp, the hat still didn't have a name. The jacket knew the drawer where the radio slept. The signs' hyphens were dry. My thumb ran the seam and the paint didn't argue. I took one of the aftercare cards and slid it under the hat brim like a business card in a wallet I didn't own. Sasha, standing in the office doorway, read the ledger the way people read altars without kneeling. Winners/corrections and the survivors' ledger. No new entries, a mercy I will not insult by expecting again. You hear it? She asked. Everything hummed, the fridge 10 miles away, the porch lights on cedar, the line in my chest that had learned to be a tool. I hear where it could be, I said. I hear the someday in machines. The cost, Judith asked, not a bill collector, more a clerk making sure the file is current. Timing, I said. And commas. I looked out at the telephone poles walking the road like grammar. I'll keep the hyphens, you keep the verbs. Strong verbs, she said, fewer lies. We killed the office lights on the out because it felt like good manners. The in was the night, full, not hunting. On the way to the loop, we passed the place where the board used to pretend to be a bell. Sasha paused and looked at the empty frame like you look at a scar you don't hate anymore. "We should put a new one up," she said. "A bell?" I asked. "A sign that looks like a bell," she said, "so the ring will think it has a job." "Coy," Judith said, almost smiling. "I'll requisition the lie." We stood in the loop and listened to nothing with the attention you usually reserve for people you want to love right. The birches made birch noises. The lake remembered reeds instead of flutes. Crickets decided to forgive us enough to rehearse for tomorrow. "Keeper," Sasha said one more time, trying the word out where the trees could hear it and not keep it. "Rounds tomorrow. Ferris wheel at 10, I said. Track at noon. Grocery tile at 2. Hula hoops at 3. And I tapped the pocket where my card lived. Paint hyphens, fix hyphens, protect hyphens. We left the clearing as if we were leaving a child asleep. Quiet, backward glance, door pulled mostly shut. At home, my HVAC took an obedient in, and the part of my mouth that had learned a metronome reached for it like a bird that thinks every window is sky. I said later out loud to make it stick. The trees didn't keep it. They had earned a night off too. I slept. Not well, not badly. In rounds. In one dream, the loading circle on a phone grew teeth. In another, a church basement coffee urn learned breath, and the whole congregation held their cups at half pour until the after landed. In a third, a ranger put his hat on a stone and said nothing because he had finally learned the only word we're allowed to say during inns. Morning learned to stand still when told. We had made it behave for a night. Now we had to teach it how to remember.